Are we live? Yeah, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a wild one. Not only did you have the Tariff reprieve, and you got good news there, but we woke up to more China news, the whole DeepSeek development. The German bond yields are going crazy. 2 p.m., you're going to get Donald Trump executive orders, but the volatility is still there, and we're going to have a wild time. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are locked and loaded. We only got 2 minutes. I want to hear your plays, but I need to go to the bathroom instead. So please post your plays. And in the meantime, if you didn't know, Uncle Answers has dropped another song. Yes, you have a new song out today. So I'm going to play that and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thank you.
If you blessed enough, some people don't even have dreams. You know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
Okay, I go pee now. Post the play.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it, love. Now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it. Wow. Slow in the fast lane. Answers in my last name, they really didn't listen. That's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake.
10 seconds.
2004 announced.
Let's go.
I sound like a fair rate. Word is gold. They only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And like a bitch, I love how the fruit tastes.
Ding, 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 ding. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. So let's see the VIX. Again, watch some of those. Remember, we had that. I think VIX is one to watch here. Again, I do have a couple plays. It's really going to be China, dollar, VIX, and then watch the earnings that did bad, a.k.a. Marvel, and then watch the key levels. And then 2 p.m., we get Donald Trump. So good luck. Again, JD had earnings. They were doing good, but then they flipped. And then the wire. You guys got to like the video because I don't want Don Lemon to steal our info. You see why? Yeah, you got CNN narcs. What do you want me to do? Yeah, Marvel is crazy. That was a very, very wild effect. Dude, the old K-Webs, we should have kept those K-Webs. If you held those K-Webs earlier, bro, oh, man, you're doing great. Yo, yeah, the VIX plays went up. One of them did. All right. All right, and then puts are, they're actually cheaper than yesterday, believe it or not. You also, is that actually Don Lemon? I bet you it's a Chad. Yeah, I think it's just a normal Chad. That's funny. Because I said, I don't like you, Don Lemon. I really don't like you. So you're free to come on and chat if you would like. I would love to interview an establishment shill. that would be great. So if you would like to come on, let me know. Otherwise, I don't appreciate, because I'm sure you probably do it to a lot of other independent creators. And this is what I was saying. Y'all steal a bunch of shit and then y'all spin it with your agenda, and that's not tight, especially when I'm just trying to help people save money 10%. You know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, exactly. Thank you. Don't give him. He actually gave me publicity. I started getting a bunch of random Instagram followers, and I was like, why? And then it made sense. All right, Nvidia is down 112. SPY, again, puts. You guys, the puts are cheaper than yesterday peak, but that means they have a weird valuation right now. UVXY is already leveled out. But if that goes crazy, pretty much, I think the VIX is the cheap one for now. AKA the VIX will not, none of those options will hit unless we like drill down and it rockets up. But keep in mind, NASDAQ is down 2 right now. So that's kind of crazy. You're hitting a new low. So 5,758. You're about 16 points from the low of yesterday. Yeah, widespread on FXY, but I think those will do good. And then take a look at REITs. Because, again, bonds are down today. That one's an interesting one. TLT might be lagging. Illumina on the high. Didn't they get clapped by China? Where's KWeb? KWeb's still up, but it's coming down. I don't know if the TLT chain is open. I don't see any of mine moving. No, it's open. Now it is, at least right when I looked. Call Real Estate loves you, baby. Tell him, Jake, for State Farm. Good morning, man. How you living? It's a good day. NVIDIA on the high now. So, again, see if we can move around. NVIDIA Mag 7. Just remember what happened yesterday. You had everything go up gradually. So, either pay attention to that or see if we get led by one or two names. So, either S&P 493 or S&P 7. And then staples are in the green. It's a nonsense gap down. Kind of, I mean, there's two big things that I don't think anything happened domestically. I just think the German situation, that's a big deal. We talked about it last night on the watch list. And then China. You have another China DeepSeek thing. And speak of the devil, there's Baba. And then Baidu's barely up. So if Baba keeps ripping, Baidu will follow along. Otherwise, there could be decent plays on Baba. Oh, shit. These are cheaper than yesterday. I want to do it, but I don't. Nice. E-Trade. I love when you don't work. That's awesome. Man. I found one, but now it's already going up. I'm going to just buy it on TD. Fuck these guys. Bro, everything's, even my TD's lagging. What is this? Okay, I made a play. That's stupid. Okay, SPY going lower. So this one's, I had a place marker. Fuck. So watch UVXY for downside plays. SPY puts are higher than yesterday now. Fuck. So like I was telling you, there was a little gap down and you could have picked them up there, but otherwise, yeah, let me see. I got to find another play. We missed that one. And then again, watch some of the calls, but let's see level-wise. So again, we don't know what's going to happen yet. Think China. And then think, what's it called? Germany. And then executive orders, trade stuff. That could come out in the next, we'll probably get rumors here very, very shortly. And then you don't really have any data. Yeah, Apple running right now. SPY just wicked into a low. So that's different. The other days, I mean, again, all the other big tech, even Microsoft's doing good, but yeah, Apple's literally running right now. It's a decent pop. Maybe we get that safe haven effect. Okay, puts. So, I'll tell you now. Early in the day, go smaller. And then if you want to play dailies, maybe wait till the end of the day. But if you are going to play any sort of play, I would just keep in mind tomorrow. You have the non-farms. JD's coming up. Oh, shit. We should have bought that sell-off. So it's already back up 5. Shopping. All mags, BAC, Walmart pop. Again, Walmart, watch Staples, but Apple's literally in the green right now off of a big candle. Oh, I hate this. Then there's SPY again. Keep an eye on the China names. I'm away. Netflix getting clapped hard. I've heard you guys say that there. Let's see. Yeah, Russia says speech by Macron contains notes of nuclear blackmail. Oh. All right, Vixen puts are declining quick. So let us see here. Nice. Today was a little less spicy, but the way we woke up and then the headlines, again, if we could brush off the China stuff, then all you got to worry about is Europe and then whatever Donald Trump says. I think the bigger risk is if you get one of those, oh my gosh, China AI, and then we do DeepSeek 2.0. Again, that's what people were worried about. Yeah, SPY dancing around. It's tough. Dude, why are these so expensive? March 7. Oh, I guess that is near the money. That's crazy. So I'm looking in between like 560 and 570, but they're really expensive. But then I'm like, well, damn it, we are near. We're 10 points away. So yeah, that's the problem right now. The premiums, like, because if you bounce, dude, watch, some of those 560 is going to seem so far away. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, technically you're in there, but 570 is one of the levels, and then 569. So again, if it's early, go less downside. Once it's later in the day, then we could start sniping the other ones. Russia says France's ambition to be a nuclear patron of Europe has burst into the open. And Apple coming down a little bit. Watch Staples and financials. So Staples are still in the red. Financials are mollywopped. IWM down 1.6. NASDAQ is, believe it or not, worse. And then S&P is down by 1.5. There's your candle. Yeah, bro, these puts are terrible. XLB, yeah, materials. That's with all these like, dude, why won't it fucking load, man? All right, I need to reset my E-Trade, bro. This is too much. Get another violent rip. You probably will. I mean, like I said, the market is very wobbly. That's like the littlest thing. Mother effers will run on it. The littlest thing will freak you out. And that's, I mean, again, even look at the MOVE index. You know, bond volatility is high. The market is going to be a lot more just weeble wobble. That's why I said it's kind of like a 1-2 punch. That's the part that sucks because, again, it looks like you're doing bad, and then you'll react to like one false or it's not as bullish, and then you feel good, and then you get uppercut the next hour, and then you're right back down, and then vice versa. Right when you think you're down, a opponent just hits you with a nice right hook, you give up, then you're back up half, and then you're going to do that. But if you didn't watch last night's watch list, there is a bottom signal or a crash signal that you will want to know. So I shared it on the list. All right, let's see if this works now. Okay, SPY still hanging on. My E-Trade don't like to load in the morning. 550 free, good work, baby. Good work. I hope you posted the play. He did. Whew! He did! Get him. K-Web. Bro, we should have held those damn K-Webs. There's a Baba and JD. Still not working. Are you kidding? Dude, what is happening? Dude. Bro, I put a bid at the ask and it didn't even hit. This is so weird, man. Everything's very slow right now. Even my TD. But yeah, you are getting Raoul'd a little bit. Boom. All right. The VIXs are starting to come up. The one VIX from yesterday. Old K-Webs are getting lit up. JP Morgan dying again. All right, let's see. It's wheat stocks too. I forgot about that from yesterday. And then there's Baba. It just sucks because, you see how fast I could go with things. So when my E-Trade slows down a little bit, it's just annoying. Why does it do this? A lot of shits that aren't just loading like it's saying. It's not even saying I own shit. Very weird. And then SPY at the bottom, trying to move around. I mean, low of the day. It's deceptively big right now. So maybe look for some of the calls because you're gapped down 2% right now. You guys realize that, right? So I know it feels more subtle because it's off the open. But you guys remember how it looked. Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah, it's not giving me anything good, brother. I can't do E-Trade right now. Oh, this is the weirdest shit. Bro, I can't even explain this to you. Market orders won't even go through. Bro, that was a market order and it took like a minute. Ukraine fears must make cuts. Starlink, Microsoft to invest $5 billion in Rand in South Africa AI. All right, we'll just see then. I made my plays for the morning, though. Oh, he should be good. And then SPY trying to move up. MSTR. Oh, yeah, Bitcoin. I forgot. Don't forget about Bitcoin. You have the summit tomorrow. So maybe that's the sell the news. Beto's down. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think. We are down 1.8. That's why I'm like, it doesn't feel like we have a lot, but like shit's moving slow. And then I don't know. It's just not it's not like yesterday we opened up smaller and moved smaller. Today's way bigger, but it feels a little bit more orderly. However, you're not like doing the stay at open. We're kind of stair stepping down right now. And like I said, the premiums from last night, they got a bid. So some puts are up when they shouldn't be, but that tells you a little bit. Yeah, puts are still holding right now. Very weird. Baba. Tesla at the bottom. SPY right at VWAP. Bonds dancing around. Baba's coming down now too. Oh yeah, DJT. I forgot they had that. What was it? Balked. Still mad early, yeah. It's 9:49. We've been here for 20 minutes. Zivra, I do see that one going up. And then where's healthcare? Healthcare's down. Oh, shit. And then SPY again. You got Ukraine and Microsoft headlines. Not anything important, though. Oh, what's the other one? MDB and then MDB and Marvel. MDB's still down near the low. Marvel, again, this is earnings, but let's see. Can we get lucky? Oh. Nice. Okay. E-Trade's working. Well, thank you. I made one more play. It's going to be my last one till we get some news. All righty. I don't know. I think Sailor will speak. They're even saying they're hoping that Donald Trump uses the event to announce the Bitcoin reserve plans. Take note. SPY is moving up. So you're still down 1.5 on the Nat. Everything's down over 1% still. But that's your first little positive move. The VIX is still up a lot. I mean, again, today was a bad gap down. And that's what I was saying, those premiums on the puts, that made it extremely difficult. So we'll see where it leads us. And then watch if China keeps going. Bonds near the low. And that's your first, decent rip all day. I mean, we've only been here for 20 minutes, but what? That's 20 points off the bottom. Even the opening candle, you're still 20 points away. And then you fill the gap in what? 80 points? So it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Long term, good morning, baby. Good morning. How you living? Nice. SNY Sanofi. Why are they going up? That's healthcare, medical. Pfizer's even in the green. Nvidia's starting to move up. MSTR, dude, yesterday, that kind of preceded the rally. And then again with the Bitcoin, now there's Nvidia, TTD, a couple of tech names doing good. So again, we want to know if we're going to get a real leader with a couple of names or not, or is it going to be gradual like yesterday? I do think that'll be a big one. When you could buy puts before market close and then get calls at open. Ironically enough, I mean, the last time that did happen, we were flirting with the 200-day, kind of how we are right now. It's so weird, man. So that you go up, the put premiums die, and then one little red, the put premiums gain 10, 20% again. So I'm watching them. They're moving very, very wild. The UVXY just has wicked spreads. That's how you get scammed. But, yeah, that's still elevated. But I'm just taking note on premiums for now. TSM going. I'm seeing a lot of chip makers move, so be on the lookout. XLP, yeah, about to go red. It is red. Again, healthcare's not looking good. I haven't seen, let's see where the long term's at. Oh, long term down today. He'll go up and then he'll go down. Oh, I hate Donald Trump. Why you do this to my portfolio, Donald? Oh, is it Donald or do I get mad at German or China? You guess 100 is like a penny, so you get ignored. Well, listen, cancel your stream alerts. You're banned now. What do you think this is, bro? So please don't sign up with your name Siege. I don't know what your name is on there, but if you're going to demand that when it says 24 hours and then assume that I don't care about it, I think we could just save us both time. So now you're banned in the chat. I won't ever see your messages again. Just cancel and you'll get refunded. Thank you. I don't want your money. Yield curve is uninverted. That was one of those things I said 2-3 weeks ago before we started dropping, because I was like, in a very, very weird way, the yield curve uninverted months ago. So very, very wild. Was that the first of the day? Oh, wow. We'll see. I did not see Robin Hood, no. Came back from Dominican? Nice. Let's go, baby. Get motivated. Is it good weather? Oh, and well, that's not there. And then I need what's it called? I have a guy that one of my friends I told you about. He needs a short-term rental in Miami. I told him, I was like, I don't have any, man. I looked around and I showed him a couple, but he's not liking anything because he wants to buy. He's trying to buy a bunch of properties out there, so he needs to stay there. So if you got one, email me. And then again, you want that USDA loan. Some of y'all really ready. Woo! I don't know if Larry Fink is buying the dip. We haven't got any of those comments. You're looking good. Good, good, good. Yeah, K-Web's still going up. FXY, I don't know if I still have them. I'm going to let you figure it out. UPS dividend day? Wow. Good luck. Congrats. I think Pfizer, isn't their divvy coming up? And now market coming back down. Very, very wild with these moves, man. I'm looking. Yeah, bro. Premiums are higher now. This is... Bro, it's actually kind of crazy. So I'm waiting. I'm still just watching on these. I have old plays from the other day. I made different like individual stocks, but until we get this, I did one index play actually already. But for now, bro, the premiums are very sensitive, and the way they're moving 20, 30%. I'd keep it small. I'm not telling you not to play. I'm just saying you're getting a lot of like 20% chop both ways. So just be mindful. Be mindful. Move smart, my brother. Cartman ripping. Oh, yeah. Didn't they have earnings? Again, SPY near the low of the day. TSM on the high. You guys were calling that early. Who's the other one? Was it NVIDIA? And then you have Marvel. BABA came down. Premiums are holding up. Odd. Shopify on the high. Now Zoom. I do like Beto. Again, I think Beto you got to sell by tomorrow. But yeah, you have the first ever White House summit. If it's early in the day, look far out the money, end of the day, close. Yes. That's what I said on the watch list yesterday. But I'd encourage you to watch the whole analysis of it because I don't want you to not have the info. But it all depends, close to the money, near the money, further. It all depends on what we're dealing with. And then, you could have lower risk, lower chance of making money, higher risk, better chance of making money. So in the morning where things can change, premiums could go really crazy, you might be better off having very, very low risk. So worst case, you don't lose a lot if you're wrong. And then once we start getting headlines end of the day or wherever and we know it's going to move, then we could take the $20, $30, $40, $60 ones and those might have a little bit. But that's expensive still. I mean, ironically, you guys will criticize me for my level of wealth and be like, why do you act like that? You're a millionaire. You're that. Don Lemon, CNN, Bloomberg, CNBC, they all follow you and steal your shit. You say all that, right? But I genuinely think a $20 option is expensive. So, keep that in mind when you hear that because even yesterday we called out a nice play, but I'm over there being like, yo, it's expensive. It's expensive. And it was $20. Meanwhile, homeboy crying about me for not responding to his message and saying, I think $100 is nothing. Now he's banned. But yeah, I haven't. Can you email me, though, the guy I banned? So cancel, because if I find out later you're still on the stream alerts, we're not going to be friends. I want you to cancel and get your money back. So it's because it's important that you get your $100 back. So yeah, email me, please. Thank you. Don Lemon. Well, I'm just saying Don Lemon worked at CNN those days where I got banned for telling you about COVID and I got demonetized for joking about Pfizer and COVID all those times. Again, I've spoken with CNBC. I've been banned by Bloomberg. The list goes on, but that one's funny. That one's funny. Yeah, wholesale inventories minus 1.3. Again, actual 0.8 estimate was 0.8 month over month. And then Canada PMIs. I don't think the data should really move us too much. But yeah, and then Bitcoin moving. You are getting some on there. You added sweet greens. Nice. And dude, not only have we been censored, y'all try to make me seem insane on that. I'm just saying, bro, anytime y'all go out of your way to harass me while all these guys are stealing my shit and white labeling it on a mainstream level, just know you're supporting the establishment. They say, we're no corporate influence. Tesla. Yeah, Microsoft too. You're actually getting another pop. Again, 1.5. That's the NASDAQ's huge, bro. It's huge. Oh, where is SMG? That was the one. That's the value one. Gold Ripper, SMG came down. Marvel premiums are holding. 3M, that's another one. Little guy defend the MNC. Annoying. Man, tell him. All right, man. You're still, those candles, even on the short term, are big. Kava, decent pop, actually. It's up at 85. It's not loading. Homeboy said sweet greens. They're up today, up a lot. I still like sweet greens, but I want it at like $7. Good name, though, bro. I love it. I love going to sweet greens. Starbucks on the high. Zim. Zivra's still climbing, too. So that one, that's that biotech we made the other day. Weed stocks, premiums are holding, but things dead. What new? There's two things. Europe blowing out still from Germany, and then there was Baba development. Baba had an AI development, and then even though we had all the tariff stuff, it wasn't good enough. SPY ripping. Look at tech right now. I'm seeing a lot of tech, a lot of like small mid-cap runners there. Fubo, Sweet Greens. I saw one more on there. Yeah, very interesting. Again, NASDAQ is the lagger right now. Dow is doing the best, just under 1. Alrighty. I like ELF, but like I said, I mean, I haven't bought it. You know, I like EL more, and then I think Ulta is the best. But like I was telling you, I like the industry. I just don't like kind of what it's gone through recently. But I think ELF is it's an interesting one. It's not, again, not my favorite, not a dislike. I think that one would just have to become a lot more attractive or on its own or relatively. So either they go down a lot or they have a big development or the rest of the market outperforms and then ELF is just sitting there lonely. You know what I'm saying? But I would need a situation like that. The UVX, that's the problem. That's what I was saying. Like, they were up, but the money is in the spread usually. But that's why I'm saying, though, if we get real volatility, all of them will go up. That's what happened the other day. I might have to give you guys another lesson on that. I might have to break down the UVXY now that it's working in modern times because we haven't done that in a long. Yeah, Lutnick on CNBC. That might be where your pump's coming from.
Tariffs now. To go outside of that, you did so at your
So
own
listen,
risk,
this is going to be big.
Today is when
he's already said tariff exemptions, but you have that in the morning.
You will get a reprieve now for 1 month, or you will get a reprieve altogether from these new tariffs?
Well, the reprieve is for 1 month. Remember, the month now is about fentanyl and about the border. So they've been working hard to close the border, but we're not seeing the reduced number of deaths, of autopsy deaths from fentanyl. And the president is just right on that topic. He is going to protect American lives, and he's being very, very tough on it. But let's face it, if you're not tough on protecting American lives, what's the point of being the president of the United States? He is so strong and focused on protecting American lives, and he's going to crack down and make sure this fentanyl is not coming in. That's why he's raised the tariff on China. Remember, in 2019, President Xi offered Donald Trump, when he was president, that he would put the death penalty on anybody who made the fentanyl ingredients. And the president is looking to get that
Yeah,
in
TLT
place.
is flushing.
Stop these ingredients and stop fentanyl coming in.
Kind of good.
Now,
Remember,
April 2nd
pay attention
is
if we
when
get it
begin our
inverse.
reciprocal tariffs.
So if the
So
market
if
does
you
that
think
again
about
and
it, what
actually
he said
goes
was,
up
okay, between
on
now
lower
and April
bond yields
2nd,
after
I'm
dying
just going
on
to give,
or higher yields.
USMCA, I'm going to set that aside from these tariffs, but just for this month. And then on
Beto,
April 2nd,
Bitcoin again.
It's not that this reprieve starts. It's that on April 2nd, the reciprocal tariffs start. How you treat us is how we expect to treat you. And you have no idea what Canada does. I mean, the dairy products and all this other stuff, it's got to end.
So, and I have a lot of questions about April 2nd, but first on the fentanyl, you said that he wants to see fewer deaths. Is that the metric here for when these tariffs end? I mean, because according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents, only seized 43 pounds.
Honestly, he
of
didn't say
fentanyl
anything.
at the
I don't
Canadian
think
border
why.
last year. So
I don't think why. I don't know why I did
Do you want
this.
to see that go down to zero? How are you judging when they've
I'm
done
losing
enough?
my voice. You lost your membership.
Well, how funny is that, right? Like,
Terrible.
If I seize less,
Terrible.
You know, does that mean like the stuff they haven't seized hasn't gone through? I think autopsy death, as horrible as that is to say, should be
but
the
a lot of it
statistic
is
we're looking
Americans
at.
smuggling it over, right? It's not just Canadians.
Well, look, crooks are crooks, but I got to stop the flow across our border. We've got to stop the flow that has these ingredients being made in Canada and in Mexico coming into our country. We've got to close the border, which we're doing a better job of, obviously record low numbers, but we need to see fentanyl deaths decline. So that is the statistic.
So are we
that
looking
I'm
at
most
daily
focused
autopsy
on.
deaths? Like, how do we do that? How, as a business, do you figure out what that's going to look like and when it ends?
Well, I think what you see is that this month, my expectation is the president will come to the agreement today, and hopefully we will announce this today, that USMCA compliant goods will not have a tariff for the next month.
Trump
until
likely to
April 2nd.
offer
That
tariffs
includes
on
the
all
autos, and the
USMCA
autos
defer
were the
tariffs.
lead in getting this,
It's just reiterating,
in getting
but
this deal done.
you had
But
this in
also
the
Canada
morning.
and Mexico have
People
done a
were
good
reacting
job
to their stuff,
offering us ever more work to prove to us they're going to cut the fentanyl deaths. And then April 2nd, we're going to move into the reciprocal
I
tariffs.
made a
And
play
hopefully
free, one of the
Mexico and
earlier
Canada
ones.
will have done a good enough job on fentanyl that this part of the conversation will be off the table and we'll move just to the reciprocal tariff conversation. But if they haven't, this will stay on. Black and white, this will stay on. We need to
about
protect
China?
American lives.
Is there any discussions with China about what they're doing on fentanyl ingredients and deaths, which I know has been a problem?
Well, President Xi offered President Trump in 2019 that he would put the death penalty on if you made the ingredients for fentanyl and opioids. He offered it in 2019, and he didn't do it. And the president has heard that and said, I'm looking for that. End fentanyl ingredient production in China. Just end it, or you're going to pay 20%, and they're paying 20%. So it's a win-win. If they stop, great, we save Americans. And if they refuse to stop, right, then the cost of their refusing to stop gets higher and higher and higher.
100%, but there's also a cost for American business and American jobs and American farmers. I mean, last time around, 2018, 2019, the Trump administration
look at
had
bonds
to subsidize
still.
the farmers. Well, guess
Honestly,
what? China
I would
just
rather
set
have
50%
bonds
tariffs
die
on
and
US
market go up,
agriculture.
because
So
the last thing you
is
want,
there going to be payments
market to come
them?
down and then the bonds dying too. Then it's just more,
No,
again, risk off all
what's
around.
What's going to happen is when you get to reciprocal tariffs,
So it's still hard
you're
to tell
going
right now
see
on the day.
The most positive, explosive benefit to American farmers in the history of America. I mean, that is what's coming. We are going to use our tariffs to knock down the protectionist walls of the world. We have let everybody into our market, and they have blocked us, all of these markets. I mean, we had Modi
Putin, we need
India,
stable development of
and
Russia
he was bragging he has
in
1.4
conditions of
billion
peace
people,
and security.
Those 1.4 billion people won't buy a bushel of American corn. This is going to end, and Donald Trump is on it. And on April 2nd, he is going to start smashing down those walls and letting our American farmers thrive in the world. They have Stockholm Syndrome. They've never been able to actually export the way they should. Our farmers, our ranchers, right, our fishermen, this has got to end. We need to be able to export. and we're going to break the walls of all these countries that protect themselves and let us in. We let you in.
The viewer ratio makes you scratch your head.
Then they go into
why? Just fucking Don Lemon.
So we sell a lot of
the people who don't like Jesus and all of that. I've been telling y'all.
For our farmers,
and they'll take and watch.
There's higher tariffs,
and out of their own ego and anger. And then y'all blame me, and y'all think I'm the one. I'm like, hey, I noticed something very, very weird.
Okay, look, this
Amen
is about fentanyl, and the president is very, very focused on saving American lives. First and foremost, this month, the month of March,
just make a bunch of liberals rich, and they don't, and it pains them to just show a little bit of love because they disagree with me.
Breaking down these barriers.
Boo-hoo.
So, it's a couple of weeks away, but we are going to smash down the barriers of trade. America has left itself wide open. We have a 2.5% tariff, and even the VAT is 20%. It's amazing.
Yeah, I saw oil, but
India
watch out.
Almost 50% on average. China over 50% on average. I mean, you've got huge tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, and here's what I read yesterday.
Massive.
You know what the
No.
do? When the government
I looked at the wrong one.
They pay 20% premium to the key companies.
Something.
So
watch Canada, watch Mexico.
They can attack us. This stuff is going to end, and Donald Trump is on it, and he is going to end it. And
I think it's positive, bro.
Seen the growth that it's going to feel
in a weird way.
Donald Trump rips down the barriers that these other countries. Because
literally, Canada's doing. Yeah, Canada
PM
says any carve-outs from tariffs that support workers, even if it's just one industry, are going to be a good thing. Yeah.
On April 2nd,
I'm saying oil's dropping, Canada's going up. It's not like too big, but I think something positive in that area of the world. Do
you have a sense as to what it's going to look like more broadly speaking?
So watch out here.
With all of our trading partners?
Well, if our trading partners did nothing, then obviously, let's say a trading partner has a 20% tariff rate on us, then I guess we would have a 20% tariff rate on them. And they won't go up because if they go up, we'll go up. And my expectation is it starts high and then it starts coming down. But most importantly, those trade barriers come down, our ability to export completely explodes, and then what you're going to see is massive importing of factories, production. I mean, the scale
bonds
of
and
people
stock
pin building the greatest economy in the world
VKTX on the high,
of which no one's ever seen.
I don't know if Mexico closed the border. We didn't have a headline, but it's possible.
I'm meeting with these companies. They're all coming. The big car companies, they're all bringing it back. Everybody's going to do manufacturing.
I don't know if you guys got that. He said April 2nd, tariffs come in high and then start coming down.
In America,
so he's explaining the negotiating tactic.
And he's already brought in, he announced the other day, $1.3 trillion, and the factories are coming, and it's going to be massive.
If I could come back for a moment just to follow up on the MCA compliant component here of overall trade. Do you know what the percentage is in terms of Mexico and Canada from our imports that is
he
MCA
said 50% of Mexico, Canada products are USMCA
I think
compliant.
It's over 50%.
That's an off-the-cuss estimate.
So at least 50% for the next month will not be receiving that 25% tariff of imports from Mexico and Canada.
Well,
sort of fair to say that?
I said that was just a cuff. I mean, there are lots of people who know the precision, but I'm on live with you, so I'm just giving you my best guess.
Yeah, understood. I wanted to follow up as well. There's a Wall Street Journal story today, Sergey Lutnick, on the background of the talks, trying to avert the tariffs from Mexico and Canada, and they refer to talks between
China's still holding up too. Just remember, if you get a day China gaps up and keeps going, that doesn't happen all the time. That's what yesterday was.
Intermediaries.
So SPY trying to break out, high ticker almost on full gas, financials going up,
yourself, perhaps,
oil still down, Canada, currency getting a nice lift. That's all good.
Are you unsure of what President Trump wants?
Look, I love when the fake news comes up with nonsense just to sell a newspaper. I mean, you've got to be kidding
Tell him
me.
what, Nick.
The president is he loves to communicate. He calls everybody all the time. I speak to him all the time.
Coinbase.
You've got
Again,
to be
those
kidding
crypto
me.
plays are moving, bro.
Exactly what he wants. We know exactly what he wants, and our job is to try to execute exactly what he wants. But anybody says that his advisors don't know what he's thinking are silly.
So you communicated fully with your counterparts in Mexico and Canada, for example, exactly what the president wants, I assume.
like yesterday and the day before yesterday. Of course. Like, come on. I mean, this is so silly. This is really important stuff. And to actually have a news reporter come up with such nonsense like that, I mean, how much time do we really have to spend on things that are just really just pathetic?
Well, let me ask you this, Secretary Lucknick. Does the president want a rising stock market? Because we do have stock 6% off the highs, and confidence is being shaken here a little bit around business. I know you guys wanted lower interest rates, and you're getting that, but kind of for the wrong reasons, because now there's worries about growth and potentially recession because of a trade war.
The president wants American growth and American prosperity. Okay, and the fact if the stock market goes down 0.5% or 1%, it goes
Remember,
up
that's what we were talking
0.5% or
about.
1%. That is not the driving force of our outcomes. Our outcomes are driven by we want factory production in America. We want employment to explode in America. We want training for the new AI industrial revolution to happen in America.
He did that on Bloomberg yesterday,
back
too.
To America. We're going
they
to
asked him a dumb question, and he said, why are you asking me a dumb question?
Why do those auto plants go to Canada? Why
and then no decision on legal status for Ukrainians in U.S., says White House.
Interest. We want to rebuild steel and aluminum. The president is focused on rebuilding America, and you are going to see growth in America. You're going to see an interest rate when we balance the budget of the United States. You're going to see interest rates drop 1% or more. You're going to see the stock market explode. And if it doesn't do it tomorrow, that's because people just don't understand that they should be betting on Donald Trump. If I were them and I were your viewers, I would understand the long-term trade of Donald Trump is you bet on him, and he is a winner, and he is going to win for America.
Well, we are going to obviously be able to find out, specific to auto manufacturing, because you've mentioned it a number of times. I mean, there are plenty of automobiles manufactured in this country.
I don't know. I'm trying
not just domestic.
Give some of y'all a voice.
By Ford or GM,
I'm
but
trying
also
to help you out.
Many foreign companies as well, Secretary Lutnick. And they have supply chains that they've spent years sort of figuring out where things should be made to try to be, my sense is, as competitive as they can be
Microsoft now, that was a leader yesterday.
Do you think by moving everything back as you describe it, that they're going to be able to be competitive globally? Aren't prices ultimately going to actually have to rise?
I think if you want to buy things from other countries and you want to bring it into America, then the price is going to rise. But if you make it here, then of course the price won't rise. So make it here. Make it here. How hard is that to say? Just keep repeating it to yourself. There's no tariff if you make it here. So TSMC, the biggest chip manufacturer, says, okay, I'll make it here. You're going to watch everybody come to that realization. Apple, who builds it all in China. Why are they building it all in China and giving us our iPhone? Why don't they make it here? They used to say we don't have...
It's cheaper.
Caroline dismisses Reuters report on revoking legal status for Ukrainians.
And now...
That's that no decision thing.
Do it. You're going to see robotic production of iPhones and the jobs that are going to be created. People who build those factories, the mechanics who work on those robots. These jobs are going to be millions and millions of those jobs. These are great, high-paying jobs, and you don't need a college education to do it. This is the recreation of tradecraft in the United States of America, and Donald Trump is on it. He's bringing it back, and you are going to see Apple. Why did Apple say they're going to invest $500 billion in America? Because they're going to build the robots to build their iPhones in America.
That's the first time I've heard you, Mr. Secretary, merge the notions of reshoring and robotics.
And then, if y'all want stream alerts, you should get it now. I'm about to jack up the price because of crybabies.
That's where it's coming from. I mean, how can Apple
don't
move?
Get mad.
Like, if you look at Foxconn, who makes iPhones, right? They have 2.5 million people who work for them in China. And, of course, the worst statistic I can tell you about that is they have the highest suicide rate of any company in the world because they have these people.
He brought it up.
And work there.
I can't believe he said that.
That's just
God bless you, Lutnick.
How can we compete with that labor? The answer is robotics are going to do it better and cheaper. And the key to robotics is going to be American AI and American intuition and the American technology. It's all coming here. It's coming here now.
You'll
and
get
we
them.
need the people
so that's why if you read the thing,
to build these
we have like a whole setup on it. Homeboy was complaining about it earlier, but it takes about 24 hours.
Amazing.
So, all right, because robots usually replace people, but you think that ultimately it's going to create jobs.
I'm sure of it. You're going to see my department is going to come out with a plan that has a guarantee. If you go into the training program, you will be guaranteed a job.
Okay, bonds lower. I need to go to the bathroom. And then watch the video. High ticker's running, bro.
Jobs available. And those jobs are going to be offered by who? By Apple, by TSMC, by SoftBank, by OpenAI. They all need to build their factories, maintain their factories,
VIX
and operate their factories.
You're still down 1%, or now everybody just went below 1%.
HVAC people,
so you've recovered about 1 on the day now.
These are the people who work on high tech.
Foxconn is the one with it.
There's going to be millions of these jobs.
Oh,
and
new
these
badge.
Jobs are going to make America
wow, I'm used to your name with the peach.
From its workforce rebuilding.
There was, I mean, Canada just said things might be favorable, and then oil and the pace or the loonie move.
United States, none of them are made here. TVs.
Again, spy near the high. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trade of Eternity.
Why did we stop? Because we entered into an illogical world of low tariffs here and high tariffs there. So everybody could go find the cheapest place in the world. I mean, think about it. Why would a factory that was making cars in Michigan move to Canada? Because I tell you why. Because they did it because there weren't unions in these locations. We harmed American workers in exchange for what? The prices of cars didn't come down. Donald Trump understands it. He's going to bring it back.
I don't mean to, I know you got to go, but I wanted to ask one question about something you've said previously. A number of investors have brought it to my attention. The VIE structure, this involves China as well. It's this tax-efficient structure, so to speak, that companies such as Alibaba use, for example, where they establish in a tax-friendly jurisdiction, the Cayman Islands and things of that nature. I believe you said previously you guys are looking at it. I'm just curious if that's the case and whether there's any update on that.
There are so many tax scams. I mean, how about Ireland has a $60 billion trade surplus? We're running a $2 trillion deficit, and they have a surplus. Why do you think? Do you think the Irish 5 million people are doing something? No, it's all tech companies and pharmaceutical companies who figured out a way around our tax program, and they stuck their IP there. How about every ship you've ever seen? You ever seen a commercial vessel with an American flag on the back? You see Liberian flag or a Panamanian flag because they're not paying tax in America. We are on it. We are going to fix it. We are going to make it fair. We're going to take the waste, fraud, and abuse out. We're going to get these tax scams out. People are going to pay American fairly, and we are going to balance the budget for the United States of America.
I was going to ask what you're going to do with the tariff revenues, whether that could go into funding the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
No, it's going to reduce the deficit and balance the budget of the United States of America.
And replace
it's the External Revenue Service. Say External Revenue Service. We all have this, you know, we think we're supposed to pay taxes on the Internal Revenue Service. How about we replace it the way Donald Trump thinks about it with the External Revenue Service? Let the people who live off of our economy pay, and we'll pay less. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax for our Social Security. I mean, come on. This president is on it, and he is going to deliver.
Finally, Secretary Lutnick, I mean, we know you well. You've come on so many times as the head of Cantor.
HSY,
and I do wonder what your conversations
on the
are
low.
like with fellow CEOs
Google and Tech is doing great now.
Who,
still down 1%,
you know, I think
0.9.
saw a really big spike in confidence after the election. They were excited about deregulation. They were excited about tax cuts. And now they're wondering about this trade war and what their cost structure is going to look like and what they're going to have to do with jobs. How are those conversations going?
Those conversations are much more optimistic and positive than you think. They said we can bring it back. The automakers, we can bring it back in 6 months. People say, okay, can you give me accelerated depreciation? And the answer is
it's going to be on CNBC.
He wants to give accelerated
That's what it's playing on now. The actual crazy part, a lot of this is the same as yesterday. He just needs to like talk everybody
so it's a win-win, right? If they
bring their factory back, exemptions. Everybody's trying to press that.
And if they don't bring it back, then we get tariff revenue that pays off our deficit. So we are going. You see, I speak to all these CEOs all the time. It's sort of all day, every day. I'm either speaking to a foreign trade minister or a
Baba,
CEO,
like I said, if China
always talking about how to bring it back. Accelerated depreciation is one. and then other ways that we are working on with the president to come up with
the
ways
dollar's
to
moving
incent
because of
people
Europe.
to build your factory here. And we're going to come up with a lot of cool ways to do it. That's why I talk to all these companies, because we go back and forth figuring it
you're
out.
back
but I
to
tell you
this
is
little,
going
what,
to be
30 minutes ago?
Exceptional and extraordinary for American growth. And that's what the president is focused on. American growth and making sure we have no deficit, because if we have no deficit, you're going to get 10-year interest rates more like in the 2.5%.
I've always wanted
You're
Detroit,
gonna have mortgages
but
rates come smashing
the areas
down,
are
and you're gonna have
very
energy prices come
the
smashing
areas I
down
want.
as we
Everyone tells
drill,
me
baby,
no.
drill.
I'll look
And
into it
people
though.
just don't understand the power of America in the hands of Donald Trump is going to be amazing.
Well, we've seen oil prices come down, rates come down, mortgage rates
will
start
not
to come
support
down. I mean, it's
sovereign
starting.
wealth
Thank
fund.
you, Secretary
It's not
Lutnick.
what
We
they
certainly
said
appreciate the
yesterday.
transparency and all the time.
All right, I love spending time with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Howard Lutnick. By the way, the stock market cutting losses in half. The Dow is down 600 at the lows. We're down 300 now.
Oh, tomorrow is Scott back. I swear we had him today. But, yeah, always wanted a crib on 8 Mile. You know, my parents, they lived on 7 Mile. So when they came to America, my parents went to Detroit. That's what all the Middle Easterners do. So my mom and dad lived on 7 Mile. I don't know if Eminem was on the come up back then, but he ended up selling out anyway, so it doesn't matter. But, yeah. Shout out Detroit. And listen, all of y'all, I got mad love for you, and God bless. But I don't know why people haven't got this, and I hope you do. Otherwise, I hope you have a good future. But it's simple, man. This attitude of entitlement in here is never going to work. That's why. So even if you buy something, a membership, a stream alerts, I serve and I give what I want because I want to do it. You are never that. So $1 will never entitle you to anything. And that's why. So some of you may not like my reaction, but please understand that's why I'm tripping out, because we're working. There's thousands of people here. I'm trying to give to everybody. And if you think you give me $100, you're going to like skip a line. No, brother. So call it whatever you want. But at the end of the day, members, non-members, I don't like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. This whole attitude of entitlement, we got to work hard, we'll get it. I know the real ones, fuck, that's why I appreciate y'all. Y'all get it. It's very simple, but your only thing here that gets you anything will be work and attentiveness. So, amen. Amen. And that's it. We already went up. I made one play free earlier. You should have heard it. But, yeah, that was good. So I'm glad we held off on the puts. Like I was saying, they looked enticing, but they were way too expensive. But at the end of the day, I did get a bounce play, and that's the one that worked. And then the China plays aren't working. They were up for a little bit, but now China will probably go down. If China bounces, though, today, I want to say the market will come down, but maybe we get both. We'll find out. We still got a lot in store, 2 p.m. as well. We are going to get it. You put a peach out before the vets? I did not see a peach. Oh, wait, I think I did this morning. Brandon, I'm sorry. I go crazy over the Bradley Frizzle peach, but I appreciate it. My man, I do remember that. Kind of felt like a dream. So much has been happening. Natural gas storage, minus 80 billion. Estimate was 94. You love me. I hope you got long-term, baby. That's the best way to show love for the community and yourself and your future and the world, baby. Well, amen, man. I'm glad if you get it. And if you understand what I mean on entitlement, let's work really hard, because that's the shit I respect. That's the shit that's going to get us whatever we want, baby. And then the long term, too. Please don't delay. Do not delay. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water but fell when he looked around. I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. So yeah, amen. Amen, bro. Amen. Amen. So SMG, 2 days in a row, I didn't get to go over it the first day. But literally SMG, the big upgrade. It sucks because this was on our long-term list. I said it yesterday. All you mother effers who like grow weed and shit, that might be a good long-term. Gorilla, GRRR down 10. I think they had earnings. That's coming down. No, Walgreens at WBD, no, I'm not a big fan. We got it. Were you the one who asked me that? We got it for free. Somebody, Bear Cave short report, GRR. Thank you, Ignace. Yeah, remember? We talked about SMG. It was on the long-term list. And then they cut their dividend and then a couple of other things. But I was always interested in it. And then we ended up buying like MO and other stuff. But yeah, it's a good one. But I don't know if it's for everybody. And then again, they're still going through their thing. TNXP rocketing 4%. I need to double check the divvy. But yeah, I did say that yesterday. Like I was just trying to highlight, because I'm like, if you grow weed, maybe you should like SMG. And I hope you understand what I'm saying, because I'm trying to just highlight that it's something that you use and you know about. So if you do something every day, you might want to put it in your portfolio. But then you guys were like, we don't grow weed with Miracle Grow. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're frugal, no membership. Rocky says 2020. Bro, you should have just bought the membership with that dono for a month. But I love you, man. Thank you. Can I give you I wish I could give you a membership, man. I really do. We need to have YouTube let us do it. Yeah, thank you, man. Because I'm like, I'll just give it to you for the month with that. Like, that works. But thank you, man. Amen. Amen, bro. NATO rut. Cautiously optimistic. We could have good results. He's talking about Ukraine going forward. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Watch out for that. And then the other part, WBD, we owned AT&T, and then they gave you WBD as a spinoff. So technically, I own WBD, but I didn't buy it. I got it for free. Oh, JD. Amen, nah. Well, amen, man. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. See, I love it. And I appreciate y'all donating without a sense of entitlement either, man. It's a good thing, and I'm glad you like what I give you, because I don't expect anything, man. That's it. I would expect Don Lemon and the news media to help people and not hurt them, but hey, maybe that's a little too much. But other than that, amen. Amen. But yeah, so I didn't buy WBD, though, so I just got it for free as a spinoff. But I'm not really, I don't know if I would go and buy it out of my way. So that might be confusing if you see it on my long term and you're like, wait a minute, did Josh buy this? It was a free stock from an AT&T spinoff. Even the Twitch! I might sing to you guys. I don't know. I'll sing to you guys on Monday, Twitch. Sustain the brand. Let's go, baby. Well, good morning. Don't let your guard down. Okay, we've been here for a while, and if you didn't watch yesterday's watch list, where we're at is very important. Again, it could either be a bottom or it could be a real big flush, but either way, today it's still very early. We've only been here for an hour. So where's the volume at? 15 million, not low. And then let's get a checkup. Deco. Listen, y'all should see if you could give Homeboy a membership. If y'all gonna gift, can it let you pick? Because that's it. I'm like, either way, bro. Thank y'all. See, y'all showing love. And the sad reality, one of the memberships you gift is probably gonna get clapped. You know that? So just, baby, we'll see. Let's see. I bet you're gonna gift Don Lemon. You'd be like, no! Support bureaucracy. We don't know. More government spending. Circumvent the primaries. Ban Josh. Putin, after Macron's speech, says some people forget Napoleon's Russian campaign ended. All right. So S&P, damn, 130 in the green. 373 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 71 red, 30 in the green. And then Dow Jones, 8 green, 22 red. So yesterday was 50-50. Now you still got 70-80% of the market in the red right now. So if you have a lot of impulse to go up, but then if this fades, the pressure already exists. Does that make sense? Yeah, the low ticker's gassing, but or it's a high ticker is low ticker's not moving, but like literally 80%, 70% of the market is down. Yo, Alex, Enzo, Octavian, Samuel, legal again. Tim Whitman. And welcome, Alex. Well, thank you all, baby. Thank you. Zero. He was on vacation. I think he came back not too long ago. New uncle on Spotify. Amen, baby. Tesla, Nvidia going. Juke. Snap, Meta, TikTok hasn't negotiated with prospective buyers as deadline looms. Maybe you get a positive Snapchat, TikTok headline. Lineage was a bigger IPO than Reddit. Really? I didn't know that either. I guess it wasn't that big, Reddit, but then they moved after. David, what up, baby? So, Chad, I mean, hopefully y'all use your blessing, man. I would love to hear from some of y'all. And now we'll see, man. We'll see if y'all really in a cult. Rose Tarot. Skull, GM on the high. Oh, there's one more I wanted to see. And SPY still going up. Actually, some of the plays from the morning, they were up 100%. Now they're up only 60, even though we're still going in that direction. Would you take 71 on an option? So, dude, my thing, depending on the price, depending on how many I buy, I have had a lot of plays recently where I sold them early and then they would proceed to run. However, I have not lost. So I would just make it free. That's all I give a shit about now. I have found a way to really, I don't give a fuck what I leave on the table. It wasn't my table to begin with. So I'm just making everything free. And sometimes it sucks because you're like, damn, I could have made way more money. And then you did the whole play. You were there, right? But at the end of the day, it's like this chop, this volatility, one headline, one this. You never know. And like, for real, every day since Trump, every week, we've been exposed to some level of like 1,000%er. You know what I'm saying? So it just might as well keep running. And like at the end of the day, I don't want you to lose. And this is why I'm saying don't fall for the sirens. Don't crash your ship by chasing. And you want the money and the greed and you crash. So make it free, be smart. You could ghetto spread. And then at the end of the day too, just remember, if you are trading with more than 10% of what you are adding to the long term, that, my brother, is going to be a formula that will leave you a lot more vulnerable in the future. Goldman, Banks on the high, SPY on the high. That's it. They just washing them premiums, bro. The premiums are still expensive, though, on the puts. I'm looking. That's what sucks. So that rally, again, now calls are good. Again, we had a nice buy. Bottom ticked one of them. So I'm glad. But yeah, it's still calls are ramping from the bottom down from the day before. But then now the put premium has declined, but it's still like elevated. I mean, when you make it free, you're only like downside is you're going to be like, damn, I could have made more. That's it. But as long as you're keeping the plays small, even if you whiff on a play, the ones that hit should still pay for everything. But that's what I'm saying. It's just your really only risk of making it free and being very like conservative with making it free, the only downside is missing money on the table. That's it. That's literally it. You're going to get mad or you're going to be like, damn, I could have done this. Futures, I mean, dollar for dollar in chop is really good. That's why I like the futures. The problem is that, in 2 weeks, we've moved about 7%. So I'm going with the options that are cheap so that I know I can't lose like $10, $20, $30, $40. That's really been kind of the max. So I like dollar for dollar. I think that's the opportunity. Just like playing closer to the money. But you got to just watch out for the downside. That's all. Yeah, you'll get punched in the face as long as you're aware of that. I don't really disagree, but I've been playing really small lately. Like, I'm playing so small, it's not even worth it to try to crush me. Do you get what I'm saying? Literally, we're talking $20 plays, $5 plays. I made a 1 penny play today. Intel, back to 21. I can't believe they went back down to 20. Nice on the high. Marvel, Baba's back in the green, but they ain't doing as well. JD flipped. And Zim. Bond's already down a lot last 3 days. They should start to get a bid because of the non-farms, but for now, I think there's way too much drama. XLB rare earths, yes, and just everything in general with energy policy and, all these back and forth shifts. Like materials, physical goods, kind of like how oil will be the lifeblood. This is what's important. Wife's in surgery. I am praying, man. Definitely. Prayers up too, man. Joshua's wife. Throw some love, Chad. Throw some love. How did I get into trading? I learned about the long term first. And I was like, I want to get really rich. Everybody I know who's rich says stock market. So I wanted to hold the long term. That's how I learned. And then like a year or two into my long term journey, I was young and I was like, holy shit, penny stocks. And then I was like, holy shit, why would I wait for $20 when I could become a millionaire? And I did exactly what all of you have done. And then I got into like Yahoo message boards. That's what we did back then. And then I got into like trading. And then I fell for my first pump and dump. And then did all of that stuff. So I learned into that. And then years later, back, forth, good stories, bad stories. I looked back and I was like, oh, I realized. I was like, I should have just bought it once and held it. And then that was the origin story of Yash. That's like the long story short. Zim could announce a dividend any day now. That'd be nice. That's what used to drive him. SMCI on the high. Buys are keeping it. You sold your long term the day you found me, but rebuilt it. I won't lie to you, man. I've heard that a lot because some of you met me during 2020. I even remember back in the day, like even 2019, bro, before like even the pandemic, people were like, just always, it's always a pervasive thought that happens is that after years of prices being high, real estate, stocks, and then articles and the media, before you know it, people are like, it's too high, it's going to crash, I'm going to get out. Or they're like, I made too much. It's weird. They're like, it's up too much. Oh, but the peach is never up enough. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation is here. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? JD on the low. And Pinduoduo. Amen. And the Peach on the high. You remember 11/11, 2019. People were worried about the same thing. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, it's always like, even when the market's not as like crazy, China's selling off. But like literally, like there's just always that moment where, things are up and then just people get an idea to sell. And they're like, it's going to crash. They're like, it's up. I'm going to take profits and then wait till it gets cheaper. And then before you know it, that just never happens. Even if it gets cheaper, just the action part is the hard part. So yeah, that's why 10 years minimum, baby. Amen. I'm glad you rebuilt it. And I'm glad we have the Peach. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad. Amen. And then, Zivra is still going up. So that's one of my leaders here on the day. I would like a breakout. That'd be nice. Damn, that Peach. Even though it's taking you months, that's fine, bro. Even if it takes years. Even if you get a good foundation that takes 2 years, that's fine. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what the small long-term, that thing was slow, dude. Again, we'd be buying one share. Took us 2 years to get above 10K, if that. It took 3 years almost. But now that thing will move in one day, however much you save in a month. So don't worry on that. Timing, this is a good time right now too, depending on where you're at. If you already got some other things, you could set it up nice. Yang on the high. Yeah, Baba dying, K-Web. That's why Yang's going up. So I whiffed on those. I made China plays this morning. They're all down. I should have took it. I could have made them free. I could have made them free at one point. I didn't take it. And then, boom, they go down. And now Jay Carter and Chris. Let's go, baby. I appreciate the love today, man. Thank you. We go from Don Lemon to entitlement to now the chats. It's just like, here, Josh, I love you. I love you, baby. I was already in a hype mood this morning. Gifting, it's game time season. It's hard work season. That's it. It's harvest is plenty. Workers are few season. Hey, man. Suja. Let's go, baby. Welcome. Welcome. Trudeau using tariff problem to run again. I think he said that yesterday. Yeah. Oh, no. Is he posting it again? On Truth, he says, believe it or not, despite terrible job he's done, I think Trudeau is using the tariff problem, which is largely caused by him, in order to run again for prime minister. So much fun to watch. Trump on Truth Social. Yeah, that's hitting the wire right now. And SPY went up a little bit. We've been edging up here for like an hour. And then VWAP even climbed up. Bond's still lower. Dawn, I don't know. He didn't go live yesterday. I think it was press secretary. And then we just heard Lutnick. What dividend stock if you came into a couple Ks? The same ones we've been looking at. You got to, and I would watch yesterday's watch list towards the end because I told some of y'all, be careful with your long term if you're just starting, because even though I want you guys to get value, I don't want you to buy a portfolio of just dog shit. You need a blue chip name. You need one that has good momentum, that isn't the most expensive, but isn't the cheapest as well. But either way, I'll tell you this, though. If you ever come into money, and you're like, well, I just came into thousands of dollars. What should I do? Little by little. I don't know how much money you got, but just always little by little. If it's a big amount, you sit on it for 30 days. But in general, if you just go little by little, you'll work it into the right place. But think quality. Think quality. Don't settle for less. It's the best advice that I could give you. You didn't know CNN paid Don Lemon $24 million? And now he sits in a one-bedroom apartment watching me, trying to make his own YouTube channel, but now with his own liberal agenda. And that's just one of many. But yeah. Meanwhile, I spent a lot of money to give you the news, and then I get banned by everybody. And I was telling you this is what they've been doing to me. And then I would get a weird-ass liberal telling me I'm being crazy. And then I get this. Meanwhile, I always told y'all, if y'all don't like the video and share it, they're going to take what I'm doing and then they're going to resell it to you behind a paywall. Every time. You got white labeled. Baba and JD now and K-Web. So I don't know. This could be both good or bad. I'd prefer China down, U.S. equities up. That would make a little bit more sense. UK government will continue to judge Syria's interim authorities by their actions, not their words. TLT's been creeping, but it's finally like they had to wipe that out this week. I'm glad we sold one of them. I had another 800%er. It's still up, but now it fell out of the money. But I'm glad we took that one the other day. Baba, more lows. Yang on the high. SPY coming down. Okay, here's the deal. You remember those puts I was telling you about? They're down, but they still they're elevated. I don't know how to describe it. They're down on the day. It's actually technically green, but it's cheaper than yesterday, but it's still a fuck ton of money. So it's a better opportunity now, but it's still not they're not as cheap as where we're at. Marvel hopes dashed. Could Broadcom be next? You also sit in a one-bedroom listening. That's no problem with that. If CNN paid you $24 million, though, and then now you have to be I'm doing this without corporate influence, and then using all of the same positive ideologies and act like you're fighting for the little guy, but meanwhile you're robbing the guy fighting for the little guy and then acting like you're not, that's kind of odd. But other than that, yeah, I feel you, baby. Let's get another crib, you know? Amen? Amen. Bro, all of y'all, even with that loan yesterday, bro, hit me up. I'm very excited. Like we said, Carson came out of nowhere, man. But it's very, very simple. Literally 0 down, bro. 0 down. Don't bash you. I'm not going to bash you. I'm just going to ban you. Go watch the watch list. Or go get you stream alerts. Thank you. Baba doing it again with the Baba yesterday. I know, bro. You've been gone it, though. Way to fucking post them out. Either way. I think you hit the first set. I don't know how today might have played for you, but if you did make average, you're killing it now. I got out of the bottom. I just sold too early on mine. I had my puts, monetized those, sold too early. Got the calls, monetized it, sold too early again. But no loss, Habibi. All we need. The Betos. The crypto plays are kind of holding. They moved a lot from the morning. Then wheat stocks haven't moved. VIX is dead. That's what I'm saying. 573s are $1.15, bro. Even a 560 is fucking $50. That's way too much. But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of baked in IV from the gap down today and then yesterday. But even if you want to make a put play right now, I'm just like, dude, that break even is wild, dude. So they're expensive right now. Everything is. Unfortunately, that's why I said let's give it a couple hours. Maybe we'll get another shot. I'm seeing it though. Like I'm saying, they're down from earlier. It was way more expensive in the morning, so they're down. Same play. That's down 40% now. That shit was up 40% in the morning, and it's still that expensive. So we'll find out, but we got to burn a little bit, baby. We got to burn. All right. Tomorrow could be sell the news. Yeah, unless he announces something crazy. No one really knows. Even Lutnick said he thinks that Trump will announce the reserve plans, but yeah, we'll find out. But I'm assuming it will be just because every event has been. But maybe this is the one that's not. But, again, crypto, they get really hyped when Donald's about to say something. And then when he comes out, it's been underwhelming every single time. They read your patterns. Well, I read their patterns as well. That's why, literally all I bought this morning was China and QQQ calls. So I literally bottom ticked the QQQ. And that's why I was telling you, I was like, I didn't buy any plays. I said, watch VIX, watch the SPY. But within minutes, I was telling you, that computer, they jacked it up. So if you notice what they're doing, you could save money and make money as well, too. So that's why I don't psych yourself out. Things can adjust, but if you adjust as well, you'll be great. That's why I'm saying, when it's expensive, you have to know it, and you have to have the discipline not to take it. And then also, too, the close to the money, far away. Yesterday, we got another lesson on that, too. The guest list has a bunch of people on crypto. Again, it just sucks because it's like big event, crypto, White House, guest list. Everybody just starts hyping up a lot. And then if it's disappointing because then they're like, well, we didn't get it. No reserve. We'll talk about it later. And then everyone gets sad and then it goes down $5,000. I don't know what time it is. I think it'll be in the morning. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I pay the plug. Hey, happy Honda days. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. You guys follow me on Instagram? I got a bunch of followers because of Don Lemon now, so thank you, Don. Is it Dom or Don? I don't give a shit. Either way, follow me on Instagram, Ulta Running, Real Cult News on Twitter, and I will be right back. Hold on, I need a...
Biggest U.S. tech leaders next week to discuss the trade policy impact, U.S. manufacturing, and much more. But first, we got to check in on these markets. They're still in sell-off mode. We bounced off of our lows for the Nasdaq. We're still off by more than a percentage point. The Nasdaq 100 dragged lower from a points perspective by Nvidia, by Broadcom, by Amazon, and notably, we're on track for a third week of declines, the longest losing streak since back in August. But I shine a light on what happened in Chinese tech. We're up more than 5% on the Hang Seng Tech Index. We're going to delve into why with the AI impact coming from Alibaba, from Tencent. Move on and look at the individual movers that are affecting the chip trade here in the United States. Nvidia off by 2.4%. We drag lower on a points perspective. Broadcom has its numbers after the bell. AI still likely to drive growth, 20% in excess of revenue gains, but we are worried more about whether they can live up to the hype cycle that we've been so used to and shake off the risk sentiment that has consumed Marvell, off by 17%. They managed to post more than 60% revenue growth, but investors don't care. Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz is here for why fundamentals, ultimately, Bailey, don't matter at this moment because we are selling what we used to love.
We're selling what we used to love, and it's causing so much concern and consternation. You have the tariff risk, or at least the headaches around that. As you mentioned, Marvell down more than 17%. At one point, the biggest intraday decline in about a decade. This is a big move for a big stock. All eyes will be on Broadcom, as you mentioned, later this evening. But the big question is, what does that AI demand look like? Can China actually replicate what we're seeing for a much cheaper price? And how does that ultimately impact the markets, especially in a day or a week that we've been seeing whipsawing moves on the major exchanges based on every headline around trade?
Bailey, it's clear that hardware names here are getting really hit hard. What are we seeing on the software side? Are they insulated any more than we're seeing for the semiconductor stocks?
Maybe a bit, Jackie, but the big question still is, what do earnings look like? What does growth look like? If you're saying that maybe companies aren't going to have to spend as much, or maybe they're going to find cheaper alternatives, that's obviously going to hit your hardware, your semiconductors makers. But the big question, if you're a software company, is how are you going to use cheaper costs potentially to improve your offerings, and what does that actually mean?
The
and
short
the big
report
question at the end of the day is, what does the valuation actually look like, and how are you being valued? What is a fair value? How does that compare to the broader market? And in a market that really is driven by 7 stocks, if not 1 stock, how does your company fit into that landscape, and how can investors appropriately value you and allocate resources?
That's Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz. Thank you so much for joining us. A series of...
Thank you, Bailey. Thank you. Citron now. No way. Double? Oh, fuck. I've never seen that. I've never seen a short report and then another person does one the same day. I'm not going to play it, but I've never really seen that. Have you? I don't remember the last time I saw a dual short report. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever witnessed that. XLP statement. Now, this is good. So like I'm saying here, if BABA stays down, if China stays down, China can rip, but at the end of the day, oh, they retweeted it. Okay. That makes more. I'm like, no way. 2 short reports. So just supporting it. But yeah, if staples go up, everything goes up, and then even China down a little bit, that would be good. That would be generally more relief, but you're still down like 1%. That's like the funny part about today. Oh, welcome, baby. I don't know why Buffett, he did a swing trade on it. That was very weird, but I like it. Ulta is coming down, but every time it gets to this price, it fucking bounces. Literally every time. This was when we wanted it that one time, and then Buffett got into it. So we're still up on it in the small long term, but I would have liked to buy more. That's a growth name that I want. The industry's not doing good, but, you know, if it gets cheap enough, I mean, ladies, I believe in you. I believe in you. HZO. High ticker is like juiced, man. And then bonds coming down again. That GRR average up. Not if you just bought it at the low. No. I'd wait. I would wait. If you stole it at 140, awesome. But remember, they were going through drama. So if you really wanted to buy more, I would wait, because if the drama goes good, you'll be rewarded. But then if the drama comes back, you'll have that money ready to go. So, but I wouldn't. If you bought it at 140, me personally, I wouldn't be buying it at 170 again. I would wait and then be content. But that's me. I'm more conservative when it comes to that. Because I feel like you could get other opportunities. I mean, that's what I've done with my portfolio, you know. I buy it, it's good, it rips. I don't really look at it till it comes back down. So, especially if we're buying names with value and they have like, a recovery story. Canada's going up. Watch out for that. Canada peso. That's big. Last little rally. Yeah, it's still up, dude. And oil's still down. Mexico. Yeah, like Whirlpool. Exactly. That's and even I was telling you guys that you asked me about it yesterday. I said, yeah, now it's a buy target. Because again, I bought Whirlpool. This was a value play. We bought it at like what, 92? And then it went up, came down, shot up like 30, 40%. And then now it's back down here. Do I not like Whirlpool? No, I like it. But now why chase it? It's going through recovery, pays a dividend. I have cash. It goes lower, stays around here. I could buy more. And that way, just be patient. And then if you miss out, you get paid. So if you don't get to buy more, you make money. And then if you get to buy more, then you're probably going to be able to stack up at a way better deal. Win-win. Nissan Alliance, Honda. I don't know. Those get duddy. So, like, they might run up for a little bit, but that Nissan-Honda deal has been very, lot of friction. So I don't know how much it'll move. But don't fade it. I just don't know. I'm just saying be cautious. I do think Whirlpool will keep the divvy, but any company, I mean, that's it. I watched the Dividend and Aristocrat cut their dividend. So I think there's always a possibility that may not happen, or that they'll cut it. When you're pushing that high of a yield, you had a recovery. If the recovery don't go good, I wouldn't throw that off of the table. We've witnessed way too many dividend cuts. I would honestly argue this era, this generation we're in right now, you're more likely to see dividend cuts than not, which is odd. So it's just a different time. People have done it. The market has rewarded it in most instances. So we'll find out. I can't wait to see the NSX Skyline GTR 37. That would honestly be the coolest car ever, though. If Honda and Nissan came together and then they made an NSX Skyline, come on, bro. I don't even know if you could make it look good because I love the NSX. But then, Godzilla is a little bubbly. So I don't know, bro. But that would be a dope car. Yeah, too bad they're going to make it a 4-door electric. Be like, what? You guys don't know? I don't know why the GTR was a really cool car. It was dope when it first came out. Everybody wanted it. I'm surprised that thing lost, appeal. I think it's a really cool car, but, bro, you could buy a GTR so cheap right now. And, they didn't hold value. It's I don't know what it was. I think there was something about the engine and repairs, but, dude, it's a cool car. It's a very, very cool car, but I'm surprised that didn't hold. Yeah, you're going up here now. Staples. Honestly, if China goes up, it'll be better, but you're starting to recover here. I was telling you an hour ago, 70, 80% of the market was red, and now it's not. Or now it still is, but if they go up, that's a lot of room to juice. So generally, it's looking good right now. High tickers, fully gassed. You're back up to the high. I mean, again, the market's wobbly. This could change in a minute, but if staples go up, tech goes up, other foreign stuff calms down, this could give us the relief we've been looking for. And remember, yesterday's watch list, you got a big signal. Your dad made the best. He bought a 63 Jag E-Type for $20,000. Now it's worth $220,000. Oh, yeah. Those classic. You got the right classic. And Zivra. That plays, I think it's higher than any time when we bought it now. So, yeah, it's just starting to break out a little bit. Zivra, 820, 837, to 850. If we could get above 850, I think $9 comes into play. It'll be tough, though. The Watchlist was not members only. It was on this channel. But, yeah, if you didn't watch it, you just didn't care to watch it. So, yeah. Where was it? Doge Town Hall, nightly Watchlist, 13 hours. Look at that. It's even showing you the charts. Oh, wow. Yeah, you might want to watch it. There's some good stuff there. Yeah, Zivra has no volume. I agree. It's very, very illiquid. It's a small company. CV and then CNQ. I think, yeah, Core Civic as well. SPY near the high. PII is, our materials going up. And then XOM Energy. Is there a way to short the bonds for 10 years out from today? What do you mean? Like, you want to do a 10-year short on the bond? And then let me ask you a better question. By shorting the bonds, do you mean that the rates will go higher or lower? I should ask you that because I don't know because some people confuse that. Bitcoin is stay under pressure in the near term. JP Morgan warns. No, because some people will easily confuse that. So I don't know really what you're implying, but I'd rather clarify. I think non-farms is going to be one of two events in the next 2 weeks that could be big. You think the bonds will be non-existent? You're losing me, brother. So you can't, there's no such thing as bonds non-existent. Because if the bonds were non-existent, then we wouldn't be existent. I don't know I know that may sound wild. I believe without the Lord Jesus Christ, we wouldn't be existent. But in another worldly manner, without the bond market, you wouldn't exist. So I don't know. Yeah, so like, do you think that the bonds are going to crash? Like, are you saying bond collapse? Because if that's the case, you would short the bonds. But I would go with, I'd short real estate and other things. So believe it or not, about 2-3 years ago, when rates were going up and they were like, bonds, inflation. And I said, if you really believe it, short the bonds. Every motherfucker that told me not to buy a house in 2020, 2021, 2022, and then even 2022 to 2025, when I told them I'm still buying houses, but I wouldn't over leverage and I would be very mindful at price, I told every mother effer that said real estate's going to crash, and they quoted CNN and Don Lemon and all these other wild people and all the other people that take my content, but then they remix it to give you bad advice. I said, if you genuinely believe real estate is going to crash, you should short the bonds. And if you did that, you would have made a fortune. Because even though real estate didn't crash, you would have been shorting this. And that's what you're supposed to do. So theoretically, the answer is short the bonds for what you believe. But I think you could short other things if you really believe the bond market will collapse. I mean, then you're talking like a Mr. Robot scenario. Have you ever watched Mr. Robot? Go watch Mr. Robot, and that may answer your question better than I could. Rigetti on the high. Not bad. I loved Rami Malek. That was a good one. It's a good movie. Good show. You should watch it. Coinbase at the money. I like Coinbase a little far at the money because near the money is expensive. So just like I was saying, if you don't know what's going to happen, you'd kind of want your downside lower. But like I said yesterday, I like the crypto place. But I do think it will be a sell the news by tomorrow. You can do a 0 day on ARK. I don't know. I would maybe play. I don't know about that play. I don't want to influence you, but what I would think about is that you have big data on Friday, and then you also have CPI, Jerome Powell, and a lot of other, even more tariffs in the next week or two. So whatever you're thinking about with your money, try to see if there's an opportunity to stretch that dollar while still getting a good quality play, because tomorrow we get the non-farms and crypto, but like I'm saying, before you know it, every other day is really going to have a catalyst. Powell does speak tomorrow, yes. Trade reprieve likely to be extended to all USMCA. Lutnick says Reuters, they're reiterating the Lutnick comment. There is already a build on, that's why I'm saying sell the news maybe, but it's hard because crypto, right when they hear that there's going to be an event, everybody buys it hand over fist, and then the event happens, and now it's already moved up 10%. It just gets it just gets weird, and then everyone gets disappointed, and then it comes back down, and then we play that game. So in a weird way, I mean, crypto is just like a victim of its own hype, because that's what happens every time. They say Trump, 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 White House. Oh my gosh. And everyone's like, oh, it's going to be a big event. And then now it's up 10%. And then it happens. And then they're like, well, that wasn't that big of a deal. I thought we were going to get Bitcoin, the new national currency. And then it comes back down. So find a way to play it, but that's what creates the opportunity. Because if you get it with good timing, you get paid. If not, you get clapped. TLT was kind of a good snitch for now. Technically, this would have been negative at another time, but lately with how it's been moving, you know, the correlation and all that, because, again, bonds were going up on growth fears. So it should be good, but then again, very, very big gap between the two for now. Auto loan delinquency, yeah, I think it's higher than 08. The only other time we've had this many people 30 days delinquent on autos was 08. It's actually very odd. Where was it? I had a picture I wanted to show you. Undervalued leaps. Oh, no. For only one reason. So Vici. He says undervalued leaps on Vici. Right away, I disagree. I don't think that's a good play. Why? It has nothing to do with the play, but everything to do about this company. There's one reason only. I would not buy a leap on Vici. Dividend. It's a REIT. No, I had to answer a text message. It's early. It's a REIT. I wouldn't buy leaps on REITs. Not only would I not put a leap in the long term, don't do that, but It's a very odd concept. Most people do not buy REITs to not get the income. You guys have to understand that. So the structure, like, have you noticed, if you ever go to your portfolio, go look at your portfolio statement on your long term, and you'll notice that actually your portfolio statement, it divides your stocks. So it'll show you equities, it'll show you bonds, and then it'll say REITs. Did you know that? I think I could show it to you, but it has my personal info. But go look at your long-term statement, your monthly statement, and you'll notice that REITs have their own category. So technically, per your portfolio, REITs are a different type of asset. It's not a normal equity. It has different taxes, all of that. So, but that's why I'm saying, though, very, very weird to buy a REIT and not get what everybody gets. You see what I'm saying? So to buy a REIT, I wouldn't be buying an option on a REIT unless I'm shorting the REIT. That's the only way it makes sense. But otherwise, why would you want to pay for time and not get paid for the time? So you might make money if the value goes up, but remember, the value of a REIT isn't supposed to change a lot. It's not like the value of a REIT, you know, people don't buy REITs looking for extensive growth. You know, the stock should generally be more or less stable. So that's why I don't like that play. But I'm glad you posted it. I think it's a good talk. I like Vici, though. I think if Vici was cheaper, I think it was a buy over here. It was still a little more expensive, but I like Vici. I like their portfolio. I like what they own property-wise. I like how they've done. Again, they get to benefit off Vegas and all that other shit. Day 2, giving up alcohol for Lent. Nice. Duffy says Trump cabinet holding meeting on Doge this morning. Why does the 10-year look different? Oh, I think it just was a SPAC or just came out in 2017. I think they spun off from something because then again, they have the MGM properties and all that other stuff. I gave up trying to appease these hoes for Lent. That's what I gave up. You know that? I gave up trying. I said, nope. But yeah, I'm not Catholic. So I'm not Muslim nor Catholic, just in case. And I celebrate Thanksgiving. Just thought I'd throw that out there. I do like, I'm down on it or I'm up on it. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I have to check, but I've always liked O. O is a good yield. 4. I don't like O if it yields below 4. That's what a wise man once told me. But yeah, it's a good name. Again, though, for anybody in here who has listened, REITs, why are REITs not really, I wouldn't really be buying a REIT right now, though. Again, I would look at them. I would know what's good and bad with them, and I'd keep them on watch. But I'm not buying any REIT right now. Why? Please inform them, Chad, if you know the answer. Let's see. Oh, you guys are close. It does have to do with bond yields, but there's something else. It's not that the rates are high. That's part of it. But it's that the bonds are very volatile right now. So you don't know what's going to happen. I'm telling you, I've said this. I've told this to Colt Real Estate to prepare them. I've told this to all the agents. I've told this to anybody in my private or public community. Anybody I know. I've said this. It's very simple. In the future, in like a year or two, maybe longer, maybe shorter, rates are going to be a lot higher or a lot lower. So right now, there is a big variability. Right now, there's no stability in bonds. That's what I was saying a month ago. We were freaking out because the bonds were about to crack. So in a weird way, this downside helped save the bond market. But that's why I'm like, yo, no, until we know that answer, I wouldn't really, the REITs are too risky. You could go now and try to front run. You're either going to lose a lot or make a lot if you're early. So if you want to take that risk, go buy your damn REITs right now. But otherwise, I'd wait for more bond stability so that we could, because once it levels out, I think it'll be a lot easier of a path for the real estate place. RV, is this Rivian? A revenue bond? I don't know what that is. SPY coming down. Day 16, contacted Theo Vaughn. Woo! Zivra, it's coming down now. Copper near the high. Oh. Dude, they're at a fucking conference. The fuck? Yeah. Yesterday, Zivra was at a conference. I don't know if they're going to be here today. Okay, you're actually back to be at VWAP. What time is it? Oh, shit. 2 minutes till Euro close. Hot dog. Yeah, so get ready for that, bro. All right. And then, Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And if you like my uncle has a new song today. You get Uncle. Isn't that amazing?
Had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast said them. Good more, don't ignore your.
Oh yeah, I'll go pee and then I'll put on the news and then we'll do push-ups too.
I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't trying to be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand. Explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes.
Oh, fuck. I was muted the whole time? Oh, shit. Well, I made a play. I was telling you guys that, yeah, I was fucking muted. Oh, no. Yeah. So Trump says no tariffs on Mexico for USMCA. He's confirming what Lutnick said. And then he spoke with Mexico, said will not be required to pay tariffs that fall under USMCA. And then April 2nd this agreement is until April 2nd. So he's just confirming what Lutnick said, right? And now I think it'll be positive, but I think it'll be short-lived. So I don't think that's new info. It's just coming from Donald Trump now, but that's what all of the Lutnick stuff was. Are you following? So I think it'll be short-lived. You'll get a little bit, but it's not like this was like groundbreakingly new. But this was a positive sentiment, positive headline. Trump is confirming what you've heard from Lutnick, and then now he spoke to Scheinbaum. Where's the peso? Yeah, see, the peso popped a little bit. So more peso than Canada, but that's the sign about it. It could fade. That's why I'm saying it'll be like a little pop. Maybe it gets you to a high, but that could be faded easy. I did make a play. I made a small one. Again, I bottom tick calls in the morning. So, and then I had the UVXYs from yesterday, and then I lost all my China plays, but they have time. But yeah, so I made a small one on that one. Garrett, welcome. Yeah, so watch out for it. Again, we're already kind of coming down, and it's Euro close. Trump pauses tariffs on Mexico for USMCA goods. That could be what he signs, actually. Oh, yeah, so 2 p.m. we have it. He was supposed to sign something. They wanted to hear it, but that would make sense. This might be what he announces at 2 p.m. So you're getting it now, and then you're going to hear about this later. I think it hit the newswire. I mean, I see it, but I don't know how widely circulated. But does that make sense? This might be what you get talking about today. The education stuff, they said next week. So we'll see. Just signed up, baby. Well, welcome, man. God bless you. God bless you. And then, Q, the guy in Palm Desert. I just forwarded your email to my guy in Palm Desert. I've literally known him for like 20 years. No, I'm just helping out a Chad. But yeah, get in touch with him. He's in Palm Desert. That's the guy who will hook you up with anything. I want to buy the house from you, but I want you to get a good deal. I don't want to lowball you. So other than that, if you need somebody there, he'll help you out. Would the views on Lemon help you out? I mean, I don't know. Either way, I just think it's funny. I think it highlights a lot of what I've been telling y'all for years. I got an Instagram follower, so follow me on Instagram. I got to post something. I got a lot of pictures I haven't posted. I was just going to make like a secret OnlyFans, but now I guess I'll post it. I won't be that greedy. The premium trip. Today's a bad day for premium, man. I'm glad. There it is on the wire. Oh, you guys don't see it. So now it's hitting the wire. So, yeah, it's getting circulated a little bit. But I'm glad I got those QQQs in the morning. But today, big gap down and everything. It wasn't. The premiums are expensive, dude. It's deceptively really expensive today. CNBC playing it now.
Few minutes.
Yeah, they got someone at the White
Spoke
House
with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum.
So again, coming down a little bit, watch the bonds.
Mexico will not be required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA agreement. He says this deal will last until April 2nd. That's when those reciprocal tariffs will begin. He also says he did this as an accommodation out of respect for President Sheinbaum, that our relationship has been a very good one, and we are working hard together on the border, both in terms of stopping illegal aliens from entering the United States and likewise stopping fentanyl. He says thank you to the Mexican president. So a couple of things here to note, Carl. One is that this confirms what Secretary Lutnick on your show a few hours ago was.
It is bullish, but it's just confirmation. That's what I'm saying. The headline sounds good. It's good it's coming out of Trump's mouth. But it's literally what Lutnick has been saying for 48 hours.
When Trump spoke to the Mexican president and struck a deal with her and had to have a few more calls with Canadian Prime Minister Justin
That's why I'm like,
Trudeau
it could be fade. I went really small.
So
my play was like 10, 11 bucks.
That's
what I'm saying. You get one, it's still early. If it leads to the rally by 2 p.m., you'll make money. If not, you lose 10 bucks. We reposition.
That is most trade that goes on within North America, but any factories
and then I already
or
made
any
my
shipments
QQQ
that might not comply.
So we got a good play on that from the morning.
Sourcing that comes from within North America.
And then look, bonds are moving now. That's weird.
Labor standards, they might not comply. So
watch peso and Canada. Yeah, now peso's weakening.
I would say the vast majority now will get this exemption.
That's very weird.
There's still some left that won't.
But see, it's going to dance around. You're at VWAP, though.
The other big thing that Lutnick confirmed is that these 25% tariffs on fentanyl will probably wrap up by April 2nd.
Hey, yo, those Baba plays.
Canada and Mexico continue making these kind of concessions and appeasements when it comes to fentanyl.
He did say that. So
the bond auctions won't matter today unless if it's like tips or anything.
Canada, the White House told me just a few minutes ago earlier this morning that conversation is sort of ongoing with both countries, meaning that Canada, we know those conversations are continuing. But it is temporary, even though they say this might be a full exemption for Mexico as long as it's USMCA compliant. April 2nd is the big date that they keep looking for. There are a lot of trade frictions with both countries that are going to come back to the fore less than a month from now. Then we will go through this. And by the way, there's also those steel and aluminum tariffs coming on March 12th. Every time I ask White House officials about both of those dates, they say the president is very firm on both of them. The March 12th date has already been signed into law, and they keep telling me there's not going to be any exemptions or exceptions for any companies or for any countries once those take effect.
Got it. Megan, thank you. We'll stick with the tariff theme. Take a look at shares of Brown-Forman. The stock giving back yesterday's post-earnings pop as investors react to the tariff uncertainty. A number of Canadian businesses removing American products from store shelves in response to the trade tensions, a move which CEO Lawson Whiting called a worse than a tariff move on the call yesterday. A lot to discuss here, including the state of alcohol demand, the consumer, and the outlook. Joining us now is Brown-Forman CEO Lawson Whiting. It's great to have you on the show. Why is that worse than a tariff, that if they're removing from the shelves? Isn't Canada only 1% of your sales?
Yeah, so hi, Sarah. It's very nice to see you again.
You too. Just got right into it.
Look, in terms of the words that were used yesterday on the call.
That's Brown-Forman CEO. And then, so look, I sent out a stream alert. I didn't play that play. I put an option I want you to watch. And if it hits a certain price, that's when it's going to be a cheap one. So keep that in mind, stream alerts, people. But that one I didn't move. That other play already got washed. Again, that's why it's small. But now let's wait. So that kind of got faded on the confirmation. We'll wait till the next headline, 2 p.m. for Trump. And then we still got a little bit more. But yeah, we are coming down. I would like for some of the VIX names to come back up. The puts are more expensive here than they were here now. It's very odd, and it's odd because from the morning, I'm just telling you, the premiums are jacked. These puts shouldn't be this much for how far out the money they are. That's what I'm saying. I like some of those calls, but I'm eyeing a couple. You want them. You want to burn a lot more premium. So we had a bigger gap down. We're moving a little bit more, but there's way more premium on both sides that needs to get wiped. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even the calls, well, even after that move, that brought some up a little bit. That's why I'm like, it's really expensive today. It's more expensive than not for a Thursday. Hamas arm wing says we are ready for all possibilities. Says Israeli threats of war blockade won't secure the release of hostages. Your company says tariffs will cost us between 100 to 200 million if they stay where they're at now. I do have IRM in the long term, yeah. I wouldn't buy it here now. We bought it at like $20 or something. I have bought a house at foreclosure auction, but not recently. Back years ago. I haven't had issues with homeowner leaving, no. Usually when you do auction houses, they take care of that. So usually a house doesn't get auctioned until that is accounted for. So they don't usually auction off houses with tenants. Oh, yeah, we need to do push-ups. Hold on. I already started sitting down. That move got me going. But, yeah, you're dropping down. I need to do a plank. Right below VWAP. Okay, let's see.
Cyclical.
Okay, do a push-up.
And the cost of living and living expenses going up.
Before we dump or balance. But notice bonds are coming up. And Europe is now closed.
One thing I think that's important that puts a little bit of credence into why we do believe it is cyclical is if I look back in the summer of 23, so 18 months ago, the market was running around a +6 in the U.S., which is similar, even a little above what the 20-year trend would have been before that. It was 6% in August. It was 0 by Christmas and ran at a -2 all of last year. GLP-1s and cannabis doesn't do that, not in a period of 3 or 4 months. It is, I truly do believe it's much more on the consumer spending side of things.
You think this is cyclical?
Yes. I mean, there's some element. Look, we're not naive enough to say that some of those headwinds aren't going to be a problem in the future. I'm just saying that's not what has put the business and slowed the U.S. market down as much as it has over the last 18 months.
What about if we get warnings on alcohol, like the outgoing Surgeon General wanted to do from the Biden administration? Do you think that picks up, and will that have a more lasting impact?
Well, I mean, look, it's not a great thing, but the labeling laws, that has been floating around for years and years and years. We are working with our competitors in various forums to do what we think is right for consumers and give them the right information, yet something coming out from the Surgeon General is not an imminent change to our business.
What's going on with tequila? Why the slowdown? I thought that was the hot part of the market.
Yeah, it was. And it still is. Tequila is still the fastest growing category or major category in the United States. It's been difficult. Admittedly, we have not kept up, and we were working very hard to change that. There's been some strange dynamics, though, in the last year.
Hopes we'll have a meaningful meeting next week.
Tequila, not only ours, but a lot of our competitors are all down quite a bit as consumers tend to try new brands, and they've been very prolific in doing that. And but look, we have some good ideas coming down the pipe, and we have some of the oldest and most historic brands in Mexico with our tequila portfolio, particularly Herradura, and we feel pretty good about its future.
Had it every day.
Finally, Lawson, I'm not to pile on, but can you handicap the likelihood of would-be future whiskey tariffs out of the EU, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know any more than you all know. That's what's difficult about this is...
Do you guys know the last time Germany bond yields moved like that and they ever funded shit was literally the fall of the Berlin Wall? It's insane. That's why I'm telling you. I told you this at the beginning of the year. I said Europe is going to guarantee us some level of inflation. And that move, that's what I'm saying, bro, even yesterday. You guys don't think it's weird that the dollar dropped? You mean to tell me you've been dying all of this, and then we enact tariffs, and then we are trading lower? You don't think that's weird that the dollar went down? It's because of everything else, man. You got to really think about it. It's the euro, the inflation. Working for competitors. Trump to speak at dinner April 8th in D.C. All right, man. Here, push. Bro, I told you guys, I'm tired. I'm telling you, this ab workout, bro, and the legs, I have been beat, bro. Absolutely beat. But it's good, bro. I'm getting a little six-pack. You can't, it's crazy. Battle of the Almighty. Zelensky says truce in the air and sea can prove Russia accepts need to end war. Any good stocks to add to the long term? Take a look at the video on the trading fraternity. I just posted the long term. That was the only video this week on the trading fraternity. And it tells you how to do it. Go look at my portfolio. Go to Slick Charts, find the down names, and, go from there. But let me ask you this. What percentage of cash do you have in your long term? So if you have $100,000 in your account and you have 10% cash not spent, that's 10% cash. What percentage of cash do you have in your long term right now? Ty. What up, baby? Welcome. 2-minute plan. Bro, it's what I've been doing. I do 1 minute. I've worked my way up to 2 minutes. I could do 2 minutes quite easily now. I used to struggle at 1 minute. You're at 65%-ish? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, go look at my portfolio and start with some value names that are down, or even get you, even with 65% cash, you don't have to get a name that's down on the year technically, or multi-year, maybe a McDonald's or something. But at the end of the day, I would just go start buying value. You have a lot of cash. So that's what I'm saying. If you don't have a lot of cash, if your portfolio looks like mine, I wouldn't even stress it. I would keep waiting. And then look at bonds going back. I don't like this now, because ever since we started doing this, bonds have been going up after fading that little Trump headline. All right. Let's see the NASDAQ. Yeah, this is. Right around here. Oh, no, you're already below that open. Yeah. So you want to be higher on this range than lower. I mean, that's word to yesterday's watch list. Okay, coming down, a bigger candle. I want to dabble with another VIX. I dabbled with another call. Again, keeping them very cheap. But I don't like the VIX is cheap. That's the only one. The VIX, you could grab those for dirt. But then again, you need real volatility. Even the VIX is already up. But that's the other one. The SPY puts are just terrible. Yeah, VIX. But VIX, you need a real volatile move. How's the EU they're gonna fund it with that money they're raising, bro. It's actually insane. Okay. So maybe wait till 575.50, the open, and then we'll dance around there. Otherwise, again, 5770, then 576, and then 40, and then, unfortunately, like I've been telling you here, We're dancing around, but anywhere lower, man, there's technically like a 200-point gap in the cards if we get really bearish. And then there's even another 200 points up if we could get bullish. But, yeah. UVXY, I mean, again, I have the old ones, so they're down, but that's the only, like, downside play. Otherwise, just, like, don't make a mistake, though. Because last time I told you puts were expensive, they still ran all day. So don't let me fool you. What I'm trying to tell you, if you want to put, you have to buy it late stage. That's it. So you could still flush, and you could still go down, but you have to decide, okay, fuck it, I think it's worth it. I'm going to pay the premium. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why, that's why we started doing a lot cheaper plays on some of these. I don't think it would hurt you if you bought a $5 put or something. You get what I'm saying? If you're going big, it's a different story, but you just have to realize that the puts aren't in your favor. It just doesn't mean, though, that you can't make money on them. It's just going to be a little bit harder. I mean, look at the market. We gap down. We go back up. We're hugging this level. You don't know if we're about to dump or rally. Go look at the last couple days. So I think that premium kind of makes sense. Yeah, big tech coming down. Apple. And then TLT got rid of, like, what, an hour and a half of losses? You're going out to Chick-fil-A for the first time? How have you never been to Chick-fil-A, bro? I said just get a spicy chicken deluxe if you like spicy. Or a chicken deluxe, man. No tomatoes if you don't like tomatoes. And then ask for a lot of Chick-fil-A sauce. That's crazy. What do you mean you've never been to Chick-fil-A? That's crazy. Most people are like, I've never traded a daily option. You've traded daily options before Chick-fil-A. That's amazing. All right, SPY going lower. Okay, back to open, 57.50. This could either be last call or you're about to get scammed. Notice what just happened. They faded the fuck out of the confirmation. So like I was saying, it seemed like good news. I thought it would have went up a little bit more, but yeah, that's it. Bitcoin decent red. Watch if Mexico goes down. That's it. You're back to open. This sucks. Because, again, this is still a fat-ass move, bro. Once again, do you want to know the difference? Yesterday was 0.5. You're doing about 0.7, 0.8 now. So think about it. We went lower by a quarter, gap down 1.9, went up to under 1%, and now you're here. So now we got a way bigger range than yesterday. Yesterday it was at 0.5, remember? Today is around 0.75%. That's kind of the lever in the opening. You're going 0.7 up, 0.7 down technically. MSTR flushing, Bitcoin selling, good comment. Myrna on the high. Listen, if crypto sells off, though, think about that dip for tomorrow. SC getting clapped. Who was the other one? MDB. That was bad earnings. And then Marva. Okay, SPY still lower. Mexico president call with Trump was excellent and respectful. We will keep working together, particularly on migration, security, particularly crossing of fentanyl. So Scheinbaum is talking. It doesn't give any indication that they have reached a good deal, but seems more cordial than not. But yeah, that's coming out now. Not sell the new. I think we're waiting. Again, that 2 p.m., I think we're going to hear more. Lazy Boy on the low, or Lazard. LAZ, big flush. MTSR on the high. Watch, you might. We will also work together on crossing of guns into Mexico. So just be on lookout. You might, I don't know if I'm early, but you might start getting, headline movements. Okay. Just be on the lookout. How many likes for the Newswire? 2,000. 2,000 likes. Fun for the whole family. We're almost there, actually. And I haven't really asked you guys today. But yeah, 2K. 50, 20, all right. Now that it's split up into 5 times a day, it's hard to remember. Respectfully, shut up. Does that, it sounds like excuses. Meanwhile, Don Lemon will wake up to take all the content and resell it to people. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you, but not really. Not really. That's why I keep forgetting to tell you the play. Oh, I just forgot so many plays. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's so hard. Oh, I forgot. Oh. But hey, man, you make it free, you won't lose. VIX puts. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I've just been buying cheap-ass calls on every low. I'm just keeping it so cheap. I'm just moving $2 closer, $10 at a time. So we'll see. And then again, I'm hoping the other ones come back. Oh, the Qs. That was a good play this morning, but they came down now. They're now down. So I got 100% on QQQ, made it free, and then those came back down now to negative, and then none of the other calls are working. I still have hold UVXY, but they're not getting the bid I need. And then I got one put I'm eyeing, but I might take the late put. The next bounce, I might have to go for it. Otherwise, you go for it now at $10. Honestly, you might as well, low-key. But they're so terrible. 540. I grabbed a late. I grabbed a $10 put. I have to. I keep buying the $10 ass calls. Typing out an essay for you stream alerts. Because like I was saying, I went with the late stage put. Maybe that'll bounce the market, but just in case. Again, I put maybe I think after all of this, I probably put $40, $30 on calls. And then now I just put $10 on, or $15 on puts. Again, I'm not expecting much. I'm expecting to lose all of these. Though if we don't move more than 0.7, 0.8, you're not going to make money. So keep that in mind. And then I just typed out to the stream alerts. Right now, we're doing these little small ones out of the money. Wait till middle of the day. Once we burn time, get the real events, then we're going to start cooking. This is like a bigger version of yesterday with a gap down. Yesterday was odd, but this kind of is another version of that. 1.5. Where are we at? Ooh, 1.7. We're almost there. If there's a couple hundred beautiful people out there, if you would like to like the video, that's it. I'll give you a wire. Even Don Lemon wants it, bro. Bloomberg. Bloomberg banned me for giving news. You know that? So you could get it right now. Free 99. Wow. It's torching gamblers. It's unwinnable. I mean, I've done pretty well. I don't know what to say. But I'm not your typical gambler, and I'm playing very cheap. So I'm playing 0-day options. I'm playing 1 day, 0 day. I'm playing monthlies. I'm just not going hard. And that's why it's ironically playing out way better. I mean, I'm a gambler. No, I'm saying. I'm just saying I wouldn't get that out of your mindset that it's unwinnable right now. Lower your price or just wait. Because I'm saying even yesterday was patience. It was hard. I executed poorly. I had really good plays, really good call-outs, really good timing. I would just sell really early. But you have to wait like 4 or 5 hours for something to materialize. Okay, flush number 2. Oh, fuck. Okay, puts that were not supposed to be up are green now. Like those, remember I was telling you about those, what was it, like a 570-ish? No, it was like 560 to 570. That was what I was looking, because those should not have value. I don't think you guys realize, like a 560, a 570, none of these should have value. These should not be worth this much money. These are 30-cent options, bro. And they're going for $2 still. That's why I'm saying, like, that premium is now going green on the day. It shouldn't be. So that means you still have high cost, or at least, let me put it another way, people are willing to pay up for puts right now. They're willing to pay more for puts than yesterday, or at least that's the offering price. That's why. So I grabbed that late stage put. That's what I'm telling you. I think it's just the day and the timing, but it's getting big now. So get ready. You're 7 points from yesterday's low. If we break that, that could get a little ugly. Bessent live, where? I don't see a comment yet. SPY flushing. Watch bonds too. Very simple. If this turns into a terrible day, then TLT will catch a later bid. Do you understand? Not now. But if you get a real disastrous flush, that shit's going to run. Yeah, Bessent talking now. I'm going to get him. Where is it? Economic Club of New York. They said follow along on X for coverage. Where is it? Well, yeah, I don't have the live video. Yahoo Finance. Let's see. Oh, there it is.
Secretary of the Treasury of the United States.
Yeah, everybody got like a ghetto feed.
When President Trump laid out his vision to restore American economic prosperity to this very group.
So be careful. If you guys don't take him seriously, you will not get gifts on Christmas. Do not fuck with the Grinch like that. Thank you.
To explain how we will deliver on the president's vision. Today, I'm going to address 3 critical pillars of President Trump's America First agenda. America First is about more than just domestic or international policy, more than just economic policy and national security policy. It is a holistic program that serves the goal of improving the lives of every American. To that end, I will touch on 3 priorities for the Treasury Department, each of which is part of the overall agenda. In this speech, I will not address tax policy.
I took some off the table with one of those earlier plays. We'll close Iranian access to financial system.
Discussion in the Q&A on tax policy, including the president's priorities on permanence, current policy baseline, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and deductibility of loans on American-made autos. First, I will address a critical aspect of our domestic economic agenda, responsibly deregulating the financial sector to accelerate what I call the reprivatization of the economy. Second, maybe some of you have an interest in this, President Trump's tariff policies have begun the process of reorienting our international economic relations. I'll review our broader international economic policy goals from a first principles basis and discuss how tariffs fit into the picture. Lastly,
is it quiet?
Economic security and national security.
Okay, watch your speakers.
At Treasury,
I'm turning it up.
Our unique financial tools are a critical component of U.S. foreign policy. I'll address how we are updating those tools and give the first real-time example here today.
This might be a good one, man.
At Treasury,
he's going to talk about a lot. But lately, him, Bessent, or Lutnick, they're just reiterating the same thing.
Empower our nation's banks.
But I like the topic of this.
The economy's pursuit of job growth, wealth creation, and prosperity for all Americans. I began my career as a financial sector analyst. I quickly learned that a strong yet efficient regulatory framework is needed to mitigate.
And then that late stage put went up 30%. That's insane.
The regulatory overreach
Terrible.
Of the past few years in pursuit of political agendas has missed material risk, stymied growth, and squashed
U.S.
innovation.
presses Ukraine for quick mineral deal.
Aims to make financial
okay, SPY hit new low, trying to get out. Let's see.
And appropriately tailored. President Trump's recent executive order that requires the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency.
I've been buying calls for the last 20 minutes.
The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation.
All cheap, though. All cheap.
And the Federal Reserve.
I did take one off the table there a little bit.
Actions for review at the Office of Management and Budget will improve analytical rigor and discipline while increasing accountability. The supervisory failures at the heart of the 2023 banking crisis under President Joe Biden should have been a wake-up call. As the Fed's review noted, its supervisors did not fully appreciate Silicon Valley Bank's vulnerabilities.
Be careful close to the money now if it's short time.
When risks were identified,
it's still mad early.
They did not take
so if you're wrong, because I've been wrong on every one. You see what I'm saying? But it's not. It doesn't cost me that much. I made more. I made a lot on the QQQ. So, but just be cautious in that sense.
Supervisory failure. Our financial regulatory agenda must start with a fundamental refocusing of supervisors' priorities. Leadership must drive a culture that
Myrna and Pfizer moving up. Pfizer premiums are jacking up for no reason.
As such, I plan to use the Financial Oversight Council,
T-Mobile on the low,
known as FSOC, and the President's Working Group on Financial Markets to drive change in our regulatory environment. We need our financial regulators singing in unison from the same song sheet. To be clear, this does not mean consolidation of agencies, but coordination via Treasury, such that our regulators work in parallel with each other and industry. I'm excited about the dynamic leadership that the President has put in place across the financial regulatory agencies to drive this process. Our nation's largest banks, many of whom are represented here today, role as financial intermediaries has been weighed down by unduly burdensome regulatory requirements and a broken supervisory culture.
Holy shit.
Backward-looking policies in response.
Bro, he's saying we have to be unburdened by what has been.
Financial crisis almost 2 decades ago should not.
I don't know if you got that.
Approach. Bank regulation.
You hear that, Don?
Should reflect
that was for you, Don.
The current needs of the economy. For example,
Don, if you want, I'll tutor you on economics if you want.
The SLR.
I'm willing to help for real. If you really, you have to commit to objective truth. I'll tutor you.
The result is that the safest asset in the country, U.S. Treasuries, are not treated as such when leverage restriction is applied. Some have suggested that risk-free exposures like central bank reserves and short-duration treasuries should not be capitalized even under a risk-insensitive leverage capital restriction, while others have suggested an adjustment to the leverage restriction buffer.
Okay,
I'm not here
bro.
today making
those late SPY puts that I just bought are up 40%. That's insanity. They shouldn't be.
To these regulations,
bro, that was the littlest move.
So
even the expensive plays
are
just, their juice is there for some reason.
On the success of America's
so when they stop, it's going to murder you, but for now, it's working. Yeah, it's very jumpy. But the downside is the pop is going to kill you. These aren't cheap. It could be a little bit of fear, but then bonds haven't done that yet. That's what I was saying. If we really start to flush today, you'll have a late play in the bonds. But other than that, this is still, it's about 0.7 is our range on the day, a little bit more now.
They have strong relationships with their customers and tailor their loans to their needs.
And watch peso and Looney.
Increasingly hamstrung.
Any big move on that will probably signal you.
Regulation. Community banks are indeed overloaded with unproductive reporting requirements that have little to do with reducing material financial risk. Regulatory rating systems have suffered from mission drift as regulators apply subjective standards. Productive and synergistic mergers are often slowed due to immaterial supervisory issues.
Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Regulations should serve to ensure the safe and soundness of U.S. banks.
I'll turn on the wire when I'm going
affordability across goods and services.
And you guys almost have the likes, so if you want me to keep it on.
We are going to
but yeah, that way if I'm gone, you can see the wire.
And effectiveness
It'll take me a minute or two.
To underwrite and finance domestic activity. Deleveraging the public sector and re-leveraging the private sector begin and end with smartly reinvigorating our regulated financial institutions. On the international economic system, President Trump's bold international economic agenda will also provide the backdrop for his domestic economic policies to succeed. The president has already begun a campaign to rebalance the international economic system. Perhaps we're seeing an early big win with Germany's discussions to dramatically boost its military spending. The international trading system consists of a web of relationships, military, economic, political. One cannot take a single aspect in isolation. This is how President Trump sees the world, not as a zero-sum game, but as interlinkages that can be reordered to advance the interest of the American people. This is contrary to the last several decades when other countries acted to advance their own interest while our policymakers largely forgot about the trade-offs of unconstrained trade misalignment. The result was the United States provided a source of massive demand, acted as arbiter of global peace, but did not receive adequate compensation. For today, the United States finds itself subsidizing the rest of the world's underspending in defense. This is not just a security issue. The United States also provides reserve assets, serves as a consumer of first and last resort.
You need 70 more likes.
Excess supply in the face of insufficient demand in other countries' domestic
You only get the
models.
wire if I'm not here.
This
Otherwise, we
system
need them
is
likes,
not
bro.
sustainable. Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream. The American dream is rooted in the concept that any citizen can achieve prosperity, upward mobility, and economic security. For too long, the designers of multilateral trade deals have lost sight of this. International economic relations that do not work for the American people.
I say it even on Philo when we go into our members only, but thank you all for supporting, bro, for real. I've been blessed to be able to do this without any assistance. And that's why, man, some of y'all who know my personality, y'all got the same love. I appreciate you, for real. Don't let me clapping a hoe, you know what I'm saying, lose sight of that, because you should know. Very grateful for some of y'all. The rest of y'all can eat a dick. You got that negativity in you. You want to start doing that. You want to steal and not help people out. I don't give a fuck. But there's some people who know I'm a warrior with love, so thank you.
Bad actors across a range of criteria, not just tariffs applied to our exports, but also non-tariff barriers, laws which unfairly apply.
Watch that fear. Look, bonds now, and you're hitting that new low. That's it, new low even from yesterday. That means this week, last week, you are declining, brother. You are advancing lower. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's it. I guess 571 will be the ultimate low. But yeah, we are getting into the lows and even closing there. 570, 569 will be the price.
American tax dollars, American military equipment, and in some cases, American lives be the sole bearers of upholding friendly trade and mutual security.
That's insane. It went up 60.
Sharing is not a matter of offloading risk, but a matter of all benefiting parties having interest in the system. The
yeah, you're not feeling this? Wait till later. I'm telling you, it's mad early right now. So that's good that you don't feel it right now. It sucks that it's like moving so much and these plays are going kind of weird, but I think end of the day, or once we get into the Trump shit, I think the prices will be a lot more leveled, and then we're going to probably get more info.
In the U.S. Treasury's sanctions actions. In his ECNY speech last September,
he's talking reference to the dollar right now. The dollar's going up, though.
Sanctions could affect the U.S. dollar supremacy. I couldn't agree more, and would add that not unlike the overuse of antibiotics, the target becomes immune and mutates. Lackadaisical sanctions simply create new markets, which must then be sanctioned.
Yeah, that's hitting the wire. It's weird. Dollar's up, SPY moving. I don't think it's going to cause anything. This is all just natural movement at this point. Do you guys understand? At least that's my opinion. Until we get a headline, I don't think this is. This isn't off of any Bessent, Trump, or any of that. This is just moving with the momentum. And remember the 200-day.
Security advisor Jake Sullivan raised the Russian sanctions on the way out the door in January. What was the point of substantial U.S. military and financial support over the past 3 years without a commensurate and fulsome sanctions support?
Yeah, those premiums just got slashed, still up 50, but they were just up 67.
In place and will not
so puts are going a little down on that candle.
Should it provide
calls
leverage in peace negotiations?
Calls are still
President
just depressed.
Trump's guidance, sanctions will be used explicitly and aggressively.
A little bit. The last stage call's doing good now. Not too bad. All right. Yeah, calls are getting a little bit.
To ensure that they are achieving specific objectives. Last month, the White House announced.
Okay, now look. So depending on now, you have certain calls that are green, and then other late stage puts are up another 30. Mexico president. Practically all of the trade we have is under USMCA. That's bullish. Okay, that's coming in now. Remember the first one. Everybody ignored it, but now she's just saying most of all of our trade is qualified under the, what's it called? It's qualified under what they've already been doing. So, yeah. Sweet Spot. Oh, Sweet Spot was the last call that I bought, I think. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, the first set will come back to life. But, yeah. Let's see. That one's better headline than the other ones. Those were Trump. But don't get too jumpy, okay? I think that's a good headline, but so far, none of the other same headlines really hit. But yeah, that's there. I hope you made your plays free, baby. Amen.
Petrochemical and other commodities to finance its exports and generate
ECBC April showdown on whether to cut rates again.
Elevated a sanctions campaign against this export infrastructure, targeting all stages of Iran's
Bessent says if I were Iranian, I would get all of my money out of the rial right now.
And private sector outreach. We will.
Okay, again, that's a good headline with Mexico.
By targeting
that should have juice, but then again, look at how the market is.
Of its revenues.
Everything very tentatively, but I like that headline.
Discussions with these countries, we are going to shut down Iran's oil sector and drone manufacturing capabilities. We have
Why do they cut it?
Benchmarks and timelines. Making Iran broke again will mark the beginning of our updated sanctions policy. Watch this space. If economic security is national security, the regime in Tehran will have neither. In conclusion, the three pillars outlined today are linked by the primary vision of this administration that every decision and policy of the United States government should serve the American people. Thank you all. I look forward to engaging with you in Q&A and my discussion with Larry Kudlow.
Oh, wait, Larry Kudlow's going to be there? Oh, nice. So the former trade guy is going to be asking him, or Trump's trade guy? All right, not much move from there. I think, again, we've had Mexico headlines back and forth. The market has not taken it positively. The first two were kind of wishy-washy with the Trump confirmation, but I like that one. And then again, remember that call I told you guys to watch? I stream alerted it. It didn't go to 30. It went to 40. And then now we're getting a little bounce. So keep that one on watch still. Come on, where are they at? This is still going on. I think we're about to get a Q&A. I don't know if they have to eat their food or stuff first, but... Well, either way, just watch out. Market is still, like I said, it has pressure. That was the only headline movement in all of this. You kept getting these other headlines, but the market was not taking it well. Mexico president, we could talk with Trump about topics we are not in agreement about, but we always respect each other. I talked with Trump about results we've had in the past month on border crossings. Okay, coming back down, though. That's a second fade already. I didn't add more plays on that one because I already positioned. So, again, I'm still in the put. So, I didn't move on that. I just liked the headline, but, yeah, we're coming back down. Oh, yeah, where is I keep forgetting. Got to get an oil check. Got to give a currency check. Oil popping. $4.2. Yeah, because that's where the new agreement comes into play. So that's kind of like the bad part about all this is that every little delay, everyone's still forgetting that another round starts in April. A meal at the 570 was a good price. Again, that 570, those were those puts we had earlier in the week. That was one of our other 1,000%ers. Yeah, going back down. I'm glad I held that one put, but, dude, it's insane. They're back up to 68%. Now, watch TLT. Like I said, if you're really going to panic and you really think it's going to be those crazy flushes, if it's not UVXY, which has already came back up since I was telling you, so you're kind of losing the UVXY one, I still think that's an opportunity.
Thank you, everybody.
Shit, dude.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, TLT.
Thanks to Secretary Bessent for an excellent opening speech.
Okay, Kudlow, interview still. Yo, House Judiciary on Thursday. Subpoenaed Alphabet.
Of course, you mentioned tariffs in your speech, and almost
Google
everybody on Wall Street and financial markets.
House subpoena. I don't have any more details, but that's coming out now.
Tariffs.
Don, tell your friends
about tariffs.
I got it early for you, Don.
And I thought perhaps
again, Justice Department
for some basic
or House Judiciary Committee
on the subject. So
no reaction, but see,
President Trump in his speech to Congress on Tuesday very forcefully talked about changing the unfair trading system, which you referred to which you referred in your own speech
weekly. So keep in
afternoon.
mind, like I'm saying,
President said
if we
there
get like a
could be
real
some
hitter on a headline, go with the
one-time
daily.
difficulties
Otherwise,
involved. Is that
keep in
right?
mind, even with
One-time
$14, we could
difficulties.
stretch it till next week.
Maybe you talk about one-time difficulties.
They're saying Google,
Perhaps
House
the biggest
Judiciary
question I
Thursday
hear all the
subpoenaed
time
Alphabet.
Is, are tariffs inflationary?
Okay, Larry, there's a lot to
Okay, he's
unpack
asking
here.
about inflation, spy flushing.
So
No
let's
headline
start
is
with a
hit,
couple
bro.
things.
So even the good, I probably had 3 positive headlines. They have none of them have gotten any traction.
We're going to have a couple of adjustments. One was one that I talked about as we deleverage the government sector, re-leverage the private sector, which we'll talk about later. And look, can tariffs be a one-time price adjustment? Yes. While I've agreed not to talk about prospective Fed policy going forward. I would hope that the failed team transitory could get back together and think that nothing is more transitory than tariff if it's a one-time.
Yeah, oil up, spy lower.
And for those
That's
who
it,
say,
man.
oh, the tariffs are a tax, they're inflationary. So you're saying taxes are inflationary, which I like to challenge.
Okay, the puts are slowing down. Out of the this is a trip, dude.
As I said,
Trip. Okay, hear me out.
Program is a whole
Near the money plays, the ones that were way too expensive, they're still going up. They're just going up less. And then now the out of the money crash puts, the skew, those are the ones ramping now.
European bond blowout, the
So I'm
Japanese
watching
bond
like the
blowout,
near the monies, they've moved maybe 10%. The out of the monies have made about anywhere from 30 to 70% on this move, while the near the monies have only moved like 10, 20. Trump first proposed leaving tariffs and then reviewing. Mexico president. That was an unfinished line.
Just one follow-up on this. The president
There's more to that, but you're getting
is a
another Mexico
believer
president comment.
in reciprocity. I see, and this goes back many years when I worked in the first term, reciprocity. So people are, as I say, so many people in the financial
Tariffs can be a one-time price adjustment. Amen.
And tariffs and all the rest of it.
I want to say your watch list has said
He
that
has
for about
said
3 months
also
almost.
That
It's okay. Don Lemon will tell you when it doesn't matter.
Unfair trading practices reduce their tariffs or their non-tariff barriers, then we would all have a lower tariff rate. I mean, he said that for many years. People don't seem to understand it. I don't know if it's in the markets. I wanted to put it out there. It is possible.
Yeah, watch if Apple flushes.
over a
That's
period
there
of
near the
time
low and Nvidia.
that tariff rates, both here and abroad, could come down. Is it not?
Look, as President Trump has said many times, tariff is his favorite word. I would say that reciprocal is probably his second favorite word. And I think we have to be open to the idea. If you want to be a numbskull like Justin Trudeau and say, "Oh, we're going to do this," then tariffs are going to go up. But if you want to sit back, have a discussion with the Commerce Department, USTR, they all have my phone number too. I am happy to have a discussion with our foreign counterparts that says that here's what we think you were doing. And the tariffs are the actual easy part. Because we know India does this on U.S. motorcycles. Germany does this or EU does this on American cars. That's a quantitative number. But also, what are non-tariff barriers? Apple cannot sell the new iPhone 16 because of local content laws in Indonesia. Are you manipulating your currency? Are you suppressing the value of that? Are you unfairly subsidizing select industries, either via bank lending or suppressing labor markets? And then 5, something that's come to our attention.
That's the first Mexico headline that got a bigger. That's the biggest pop so far compared to that one. But still, you're still in the gulag.
That's a form of, that's a non-tariff barrier too. So
just don't get exhausted.
That and then talk
so
about what
even with the premiums, this is what happened yesterday. We had a killer play,
much of that
but it just fucking wore you down by the time it hit.
And we will
so that's what I'm saying.
It's gonna be
whatever if you got something good, ride the wave. If not, I really think we're gonna get a window later in the day to make some moves. So just be ready for it.
On Thursday, we had a very good discussion about getting going on all of this and more.
All right, thank you very much for that. I also wanted to circle back. You were mentioning bond rates. There's a terrific bond market rally going on. Actually, it's a very strong bond market rally, more or less since the president was inaugurated. I don't know what the 10-year is today. It was about 415, 412.
Higher.
Yes. How much? 430. Yeah. Okay, and it was nearly 5%. A month or 6 weeks ago.
Yep, 484, but not that I was keeping score.
Right. I like to round. I like round numbers.
April tariffs will be path dependent. That's what he's saying.
Anyway, the point I'm making is, could you talk a moment? When you and I talked on an interview after your confirmation, you said that you were focused on the 10-year bond rate. The president himself was focused on the 10-year bond rate. It has come way down. Mortgage rates have come way down. And on top of that, even while people are telling everyone their tariffs are inflationary and so forth, commodity prices are coming down, oil prices are coming down. I just wondered if you'd talk for a moment or two about the market situation where rates are falling.
So the two things that I've talked about, that President Trump has talked about, you will notice that he has stopped calling for the Fed to cut rates because the purpose of cutting rates is to cut rates. And
facts.
When the Fed cut rates,
Lunar. Lunar dying. Whoa, good call.
Was confirmed.
It's a small cap, so be careful. A put could only make you 1,000 if it goes to 0. So be very careful, but that is dropping. Fat drop. Good call, baby.
The long end of the curve moved up.
But yeah, it's going to be hard to play because of the
view
price. RDW and Lunar landing touchdown.
What can we do as an administration?
Isn't that good news?
To bring that down. And one of the things is sound
halted, policy. Yeah. You guys have the wire, right?
Controlling government spending, getting back the confidence. One of the reasons that I'm sitting up here now, not out in the audience, is I became so alarmed by the fiscal stance that the previous administration had. 5.7, 6.7% GDP spending. We've never seen that during wartime, when we weren't in a war or we weren't in a recession, and we got to bring that down. And let me be clear, the U.S. does not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem.
Facts.
We are right.
I don't know. Yeah, usually they go down on bad landings, but they had a good landing. Isn't that bullish?
That hasn't changed. What has changed is this blowout spending. Over the past 40 years, the deficit has averaged about 3.5%. So we were at 21, 22% of GDP spending. Previous administration blew it out to 25. Some of the things they put in place, if we hadn't grabbed them by the horns, this thing was going to blow out even more. And so we've stabilized it. We're bringing it down, and we're going to go from there.
So let's stay with that for a moment. I want to get to tax policy, of course, but let's just stay with that for a moment. It's a very important subject, budget deficits and overspending. I'm going to over my shoulder, my pal Glenn Hubbard, whom I've known for many years and has been a great mentor. Glenn asks, you've wisely talked about the need to reduce the budget deficit in the U.S. In addition to consideration of revenues and spending, growth is important. A higher rate of economic growth that doesn't require more deficits to pull off can reduce deficits and the debt to GDP ratio while raising living standards and unusually.
VIX, that's so odd. Why the fuck is it up? Yo, bro, the VIX.
I'm out of breath. What are the three?
Treasury, Bessent, Trump, stop calling for Fed to cut rates. Yeah, volatility's picking up. Motherfuckers are buying puts right now, and nothing's moving.
Previous administration did.
I told you that would be late play number one. But other than that, bonds.
Look, I think.
Wow, this is wild with how early this is too, and the prices still. But yeah, VIX is breaking out. Literally, the VIX is breaking out before the SPY hits a new low. So that's to give you an idea of how people are positioning right now.
The sooner the better, and the president said.
Yeah, my VIX plays from yesterday are green now. Those shouldn't be.
The permanents in
the ones from beginning of the week are still red.
Mentioned at the address to Congress on Tuesday night was making the full expensing of capital.
Near the money puts are still not like juicing out the money.
20th.
They're up. They're up 50 now. They were up 80 at this same point. So don't get fooled. Honestly, both premiums are kind of chilling out. A lot of movement, man. The prices are just too high today. The moves won't make sense till like 10 minutes later. Because I'm telling you, now the out the monies too are chilling, but now the VIX is popping. So, yeah, man, I think you're getting pure volatility.
We think that could be very powerful. So that would be one. Cutting regulation.
Google chilling after that one headline.
I think the real tax or the under-explained, under the noted tax on the American people has been these regulations. Steve Moore and his committee to Unleash Prosperity have some great statistics on that if you want to go to their website. But not only does it slow down.
I think it's anything could get either wiped out or we're going to double down on it.
Real burden on America.
I just think we're getting real volatility. And then now mix in China, Germany, even some of today, it's leaving you very wobbly.
A lot of these, the previous administration threw
so again, you're 3 points off the low.
So
remember, intraday low of the week. Oh, shit. So SPX already hit it.
And then
no shit, yeah.
Our proposals to bring down energy costs.
Yeah, 5731. Fuck. So, yeah, that is the low of the week. We go lower there. You technically came into this week setting another low.
The affordability crisis that we have is not only
volatility. No. Volatility does not mean just downside. Do not make that mistake. When I say volatility, it's exactly what I mean. It does not mean only downside. That also is upside. If you lunar unhalted, so if you go look up the definition of volatility, like in science, it is the characteristic of something be able to go from one characteristic to another very quickly. It could change its state very quickly. So you could go from bullish to bearish in a second. And then you could go from bearish to bullish in a second. So it's just changing states in a volatile manner. That's why I'm saying it's just unstable. But no, it doesn't. When I say volatility, that I'm using it directly in the sense of the word. It does not mean just downside.
Retroactive.
That's why I've been buying calls and
puts. A project, you can do it now because we're going to get this bill passed. And
okay, near the money puts climbing again. Out the money puts are back to 75. So there you go. Now the premiums matching, bonds going up. VIX another high. One set of VIX plays is green. They shouldn't be.
The income tax rates would stay down. The small business deduction would be restored, if not more. We talked about the expensing. Corporate tax rate could come to 15%, made in America goods. 15% would put us at the very, very low end of the OECD. This would all, the tax-free tips, tax-free overtime, tax-free senior benefits, and it would be made permanent. It would be permanent, Scott. This is what President called for.
Okay,
and it could be stored on a current policy baseline, which means, in effect, we don't have to worry. I mean, the issue here is to stop the $5 trillion tax hike There's no
Okay, I'm
evidence
selling the
that
late
this,
stage puts.
tax
I'm going to
bill
take
and
70.
Tax proposal would actually reduce revenues.
61 now.
In fact, just the opposite.
I sold the late
happened
stage
in
put.
the 2017 bill.
Because of that, I already have that old
I
VIX.
think that
So if my
certainly,
old VIX is going to go green,
the
I don't need
closer
that.
we get
I
to
thought it
the
wouldn't.
tax bill expiring, the more what I would call an uncertainty tax goes up. So the sooner we can get this done, I lead something, Larry, I believe you were part of it. It's called the Big
Tesla,
Six.
Bitcoin.
Myself, Kevin Hassett, the NEC director.
Let's see.
Leader Thune, chairman of the Senate Finance.
Bitcoin at the low. Canada and Mexico haven't moved. I still like the puts. I'm just telling you, I have that UVXY. So if that's going to go green for me, I don't need those other SPY dailies or the tomorrows, or I could reposition. I still don't trust any of this shit. I think it's still pretty wild.
So that there is no glitch in
U.S. Treasury open to negotiating on tariffs. But if you want to be a numbskull just like Trudeau,
the unthinkable could happen. And
he just called Trudeau a numbskull.
And I know that President Trump believes that one of the reasons that the 2018 terms were unsuccessful.
I didn't hear it, but it hit the wire.
That
you don't want to be a numbskull like Trudeau. Scott Bessent.
People pause over what.
Then they cut it off. That's it. What the hell just happened? It didn't seem like they were ending, but it just ended.
So we could kind of level set. CBO scoring makes Enron look conservative. I mean, it's crazy.
Okay, watch out. I'm raising audio again.
And when Larry and I talk about current policy scoring, that
I got to raise it a lot. Watch your speakers, you guys.
CBO protocol, and this is why I
still
think
quiet.
On the inside, we've gotten into this spending mess, into this tax mess, that the current baseline, I don't know why we're calling this extending the tax cuts. It is the current tax policy. Extending the current tax policy that gets rescored. Extending current spending, the current spending that got put in does not get rescored. So guess which is easier to do? You keep the spending going, you have the tax policy, the tax levels you have to fight for depending on when they expire. So
no. This is real time.
So important.
Yes,
this is live. They cut the other one off.
Really,
this is real time.
really important point.
I'm seeing what he's saying hitting the wire.
As far as the Big Six is concerned,
it's just really quiet, so be careful.
Kevin Hassett and the House and Senate members, there will be a Trump budget and there will be a Trump tax plan that will be formally submitted, at some point in the near future.
Yep, and Larry, as you said, so one thing we don't talk about a lot, and I think we're going to, is the tariff income. Right now we have substantial tariff income from China. That President Biden.
Why are there so many houses on the market so outdated and realtors trying to sell it for ARV? Why are you blaming the realtors?
Since it won't go through
I mean, let me ask you this.
The legislative process.
Have you ever seen
I could tell you that could be
somebody
very substantial. And if you
that just was not attractive at all? Like at all, in any way? That they walk around like they are the hottest person in the world? Kind of like me. Kind of like me, to be honest. Yeah. So it's the people. People. I know it is right.
I know what policies which President Trump put forward during the campaign all accrue to the bottom 50% of wage earners and working Americans. So, could you have a tariff policy that is in finances income tax cuts and real income increases for the bottom 50%? I think that'd be pretty great.
Have you ever met William McKinley?
What?
The president sends me text messages on William McKinley
Why would he meet William
I've been
McKinley?
around,
He died
but
in
I
like
just
1910 or
missed him.
something.
I don't know. Perhaps you
I don't even know.
commune with him.
I don't.
Okay.
I did, in anticipation of discussing with the president, I did read his biography.
Yeah.
Dude, he died in 1901.
Robert biography is very
The
good.
fuck? That was the weirdest question I've ever heard.
I know we've mentioned tariffs, Mr. Secretary, but I want to do it again. We have questions from Mr. Glenn Hutchins. Okay. There are two
weird-ass
theories
question.
of tariffs. The first is
bro, was that like a coded question?
Which involves
that makes
short-term
no damn
gain
sense. Why would you
for
ever
average
ask that?
Americans, but long-term gain.
All right,
And
well,
then he goes on. The
I sell
second
and then it goes
is that
again.
they
Now
might be
bonds. Look at
considered
that. Bonds about to
sound
break out.
Fundamental policy.
Okay, last call,
What
bro.
are your thoughts?
So
with
for real,
respect to these
if
two
you think today is going to be a very bad day and it's already pretty ugly, you're down 2.5. Bonds are back to open. That's it. The bonds are either going to fade or they're going to turn into the UVXY. That's it. Oh, I should have had. Now those plays are up almost 100.
I said it
I saw that at 60.
in an editorial that I wrote in the
Again, UVXY is working though too.
Does not work if other countries have a very different economic and social policy. So China is exporting their policies to
That
us.
sucks because this is going to be now another leg down, and then you're going to have to go through one of these again.
There's a new
So that now, even for like another hour, what time is it, dude? It's already 9:40. Oh, dude, we've already burned half the day.
Clearly, the
We got
policy is
Philos
not
soon.
working for working
Oh yeah,
Americans.
so that's both good and bad,
China,
but we'll probably do one more
exported their
hour
policies, and tariffs
of
are one way
confusion
to
until
push
we
back on this. So
can at least
I
shake
do
this.
think it
But
is
for
good
now,
policy.
2.5% down. That momentum's
is-
continuing.
You know, I've said, and
Again, VIX calls are in the green now.
I know it's what President Trump believes. He believes three things. One, that
NIVDA now on the low
a good
too.
source of revenues. Two, it protects our
APP.
important industries and the employees. And three, he's added the third leg to the
Tesla.
stool, and he
Now
uses
all
it to
volatility indexes are on the high.
You know, we've talked about this a while back. The free trade theory of Ricardian equivalence.
Yeah, now near the money
Very
puts are up
interesting
50.
theory. But
Damn.
there is no
The out of the
equivalence.
monies went
It's
up
just
over
money,
100.
this is one to highlight.
So that's it. That late
The
stage
Chinese
put that I told you
economic
about, like I said, it wasn't a good deal, but
political
it'll still fucking move if people are doing that. Yeah. So even from my late stage ones, you should anywhere 100 to 150, depending on what price you got. I already got out of them. So that's why, and I have UVXY from yesterday. I'm just slightly green. The puts are paying. They're just going to hurt you when it reverses. That's it. That's what I was saying.
Well put.
Just because I think it's
And
expensive
I
doesn't
think
mean
that's
they
the
won't
problem
hit.
when you look
It's
at the
just
world
I'm
trade
thinking about the
system.
downside.
It is unfair.
That's
It
all.
does
You just
not
got to
go.
protect yourself, be
Yes.
smart, make it free,
Foreign
and then you're going to be good.
tariff
But
rates are much
otherwise,
higher.
it just takes one.
But many of these countries
Very
are
likely that
not
portions of
We're not
USMCA
playing- it's-
will start
it's not
being
only
looked
a
at before
non-level
26
playing
review.
field for tariffs,
Shine
it's
bomb.
a non-level playing field for
I'll give an important
basic
message during
economies
Sunday
and
event.
Basic polities. And you have to deal.
Okay,
it has to be
last
changed.
call on
The World
TLT.
Trade System, World
If
Trade
you want that to be
Organization
your VIX
never
play.
took that into account.
Well, it hasn't, Larry. And the only good thing that I could say about COVID was it was a beta test for what we could have if we had a large-scale economic disturbance or a hot war, and it showed us that optimal supply chains are not secure. And I think it has made us refocus on many of the aspects. When you see President Trump talking about the rare earth, strategic minerals, reshoring our medicines, reshoring the semiconductors, all of that is from the lessons.
Okay, he's trying to hold Pfizer on the high. That was interesting. Pfizer running.
And to your point, Larry,
Dow? Oh, like Dow Chemicals? They could be good. People have talked about that. That's a name. It's a blue chip. I know they've been struggling a little bit, but yeah, I like them. I know them.
Does 85% of the processing. And every time a private sector company tries to stand up a processing facility outside of China, China drops their prices and puts them out of business. There are several in the United States.
Drawdown on
that are
NASDAQ
just
10%.
sitting
Bro,
idle
we're
with because
we talked about it yesterday. I might just have to show you guys. I'll show you after Bessent's done.
Yes.
But go watch yesterday's watch list. We are at a very crucial level. So now if we start to hit correction numbers, that's one thing. But there is something very critical about where we are right now in the market.
Trump campaign was that our deficits and debt are too high. Now, you've talked about that, but I want to give you just another round on it.
Yes, I mean, I just talked about the spending is too high, and I think that, Larry, you and I have talked about it. I've seen Glenn Hubbard talk about it in ECNY seminars. But if you can change the growth trajectory, then we can grow our way out of this debt. And again, another one of the reasons that I'm sitting up here and not out there was I was afraid that 4 more years of like we just had would make it impossible to grow out of our debt, that the accumulated debt stock would be just too big, and you would have to go into a European-style system, where you're working all the time just to pay off the debt. But I do think we are taking this seriously. I do think this is the last chance bar and grill to get this done. And imagine if we think about a growth trajectory, and again, back to CBO scoring.
Isn't it ex-dividend on Pfizer soon?
In the projections, they talk about, or they use 1.7, 1.8% baseline growth for 10 years.
Hey, coming back down. Look at the low ticker. That just rocketed.
So we are sitting
now Tesla flushing. That's in the top right.
Just had the biggest.
Again, bonds are holding, still lagging a little bit.
Will not change their growth projection. Will not have changed it. Even though I don't even want to think what growth could look like. So if we could get above 3%, if we could hold expenses in line, flat, or even if we could do the unthinkable, if we think about a kind of a naive reductionist model of government, G equals S minus T, spending minus taxes. Republicans, we like more spending, but we just want to do it slower. We like lower taxes. Democrats like higher taxes. What if the S actually held flat or went down? That'd be a pretty good story.
It sure would. You know, I saw a study, just to finish this point. Over 10 years, the differential between 3% growth and 1.8% growth comes to about $3 trillion of extra money, which could be poured in.
You just said we must revive tariffs with China.
Yeah, and again, Larry, it's back to the predictability. That if we can do that,
the VIX is still holding up here.
All those benefits,
very weird. At least the premium is
out into the economy, not to the bondholders, not to the government.
And just one last point on the budget bin. Doge savings. I saw, it's interesting, a poll, Democratic poll.
Lunar on the low again still. They had that landing.
His poll.
LVS?
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, dude. Where the fuck is China at?
Favored the idea of a $1 trillion budget savings, I'll call it, from Elon Musk and Doge. This is a Democratic poll, so I thought it was quite interesting. As you incorporate your Big Six projections and you put out a Trump budget, Russ Vought will be doing it at OMB, obviously. Is there a Doge, is there a Doge spot for this? And perhaps how much might that be?
Larry, I don't know yet, but to think that there's no waste, fraud, or abuse in the U.S. government, think about it. Now that I live in D.C., 25%.
I like time. I like time in the short run, but bonds, you want to get closer to the money. But yes, I like the time. I don't want to pay for the time. Do you see my issue? Otherwise, we just hold the bond or the future, which we already got. But so if you're going to pay for any time, try to be closer to the money if it's an option.
Area code 2 or 2.
As far as TLT is concerned,
to skim a portion of it, trying to reallocate it. I don't know what the savings level can be, but I think examining a lot of these contracts, a lot of this employment, and I was with Glenn Youngkin, governor of Virginia, the other day, and I thought he would. All these people are in a state.
Circuit breakers were triggered during 2020.
Layoffs.
Yes.
And
Pfizer again on the high.
Northern Virginia would probably be the area most affected.
Honestly, I've seen biotechs do good, but then healthcare is down.
How are you messaging it? And he said, we have 350,000 private sector jobs available in Virginia. My office has a portal up, and anyone can go on the portal.
It's like 7%, I believe, yeah. I mean, there's also like one at 5. I think it depends on the asset and the timing, but
which I think President
generally
Trump,
17%.
has adopted. But it was your note, your idea. You want it. This has been a government-driven economy. You want to make this a private sector-driven economy. We want to, as I understand it, disempower the public federal bureaucracy and re-empower the kind of risk-taking and investment that goes along with private sector advances. You'll see headlines, federal jobs are down, oh my God, but the fact is private jobs. The fact is the private sector should be vastly bigger than the public sector anyway, and you tax policies have a lot of incentives. So I want to end on your theory to re-privatize the economy, which I think is so important and should in fact be a global model for other countries.
Well, Larry, everyone knows what they should do. It's just, do they have the willpower to do it? For any of you who haven't read it, Mario Draghi 2 weeks ago in the FT had a very good piece on a European competitiveness paper that he put together, and where he talks about that intra-Europe is actually tariffing themselves more than America ever could because of their high regulatory burden. And when I think that as we bring down this spending, and we're not going to do it all at once,
active shooter situation unfolding at Pensacola Naval Air Station.
President Trump talk about getting involved with the campaign. He looked at me and said, Scott, how are we going to get this debt and deficit down?
Okay, SPY ripping a little bit. I still have the UVXY. I didn't get rid of that. I got rid of the other 50%er, but none of the calls went up on that. Like they're going up, but I got one about to go break even. So not too bad. The other ones got washed.
The government. And as I talked about, that's why I wanted to lead with it today to this group.
Okay, that candle woke some out. The money one's up, but don't fall for it. If you overpay and it comes down your clap, but I'm still writing everything we got. We had good headlines, bro. Those Mexico headlines were great, but we had a lot of pressure. But I'm not re-adding. I'm just holding what I have. Some are coming back up. And then again, hopefully you monetized or made something free.
Of our capital markets, it's something that is new in our capital markets, but we also have to get the regulated entities lending again. I think that they can coexist, and I think Main Street, in terms of the regulated entities being squeezed, it's really happened.
Dollar in Canada?
Banks,
dude, way to keep looking at that, you guys, for real.
Banks,
I appreciate those.
And
like I'm telling you, bro, this is low-key like part of the answer for now. Yeah, and they're trying to bottom out. At least Canada is. And then Mexico just holding MO now.
Secretary,
more value, and then Pfizer.
Appreciate your visiting here, and we wish you best of luck and Godspeed.
Godspeed.
Thanks, Larry.
Is that it?
Great.
Watch your speakers. Yeah, I don't want to. I have my speakers jacked up right now.
Thank you both very much. I think, Mr. Secretary, thank you for choosing the Economic Club as the venue for you to describe your ideas as they're developing. It was terrific and an honor for us to have you here today as a former club member and now as the secretary. I'm still a club member. Exactly. Okay, great. And Larry, thanks as always for engaging so thoughtfully. You know, to our fellow
Larry,
members, thanks all of you for being here. We have a great series of events coming up. Larry Fink is coming, John Gray, Dan Loeb, Also, for those of you who are online or are going to be in Florida, we're now trying to do events there. And tomorrow, Governor DeSantis will be addressing people in Florida on behalf of the Economic Club of New York. Let me also say thank you to the 400 centennial members of our club who provide extra support so we can put these types of events on, and we're very appreciative. Let me also say, too,
the Fink Master.
These events don't have our fingers. Barbara Van Allen and her team do an amazing job in a short period of time.
What? In a short period of time? All right.
Of making these things happen. So everyone, those that are online, thank you for joining. Those in the room, please enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. All right. Not bad. A very wild day so far, Chattadonia. You were down 2.5 at one point. You're a little bit beyond the 0.7 back and forth. You had trade headlines. Trump confirmation of Lutnick's comments. Then Mexico said they met, said that they're compliant. Everything's compliant. They'll go to renegotiate. It was all good headlines, and then you just kept dumping. VIX kept climbing. Other than that, we are reacting a little bit more to, I think, broader factors of momentum in Europe and yields rather than the headlines for now. But it's a wide range today. We did hit a new low on the week, which is not a good sign. It is Friday Junior. Tomorrow's the end of the week, but for the most part, you saw what yesterday provided. You're kind of getting a bigger version of that. And even though you're getting a lot of headlines, I mean, the reactions right now are definitely delayed, or there's something else, which I believe is just the pressure of the market. Again, the euro, dollar, those things right now, yields, again, moving like the Berlin Wall fell, for crying out loud. So I think that's kind of adding here, but you're still playing the theme of declining. Candles are big, they're wide, and then now election fully given up that zone, and now we're still dancing at the 200-day moving interview or interview level. I saw the SBF interview, yeah. So this is what I wanted to show you guys, and this is why if you didn't watch the watch list, I think you should blame yourself for not being prepared. But this is why we're at such a crucial level. I said it on the watch list yesterday. I literally think we could get a short-term bottom, or we are about to dump like crazy. Not in one day. I don't know how long it'll take. Why? Because the NASDAQ is at the 200-day moving average. And I am not the biggest technical trader. I really don't give a shit about it. But if you remember when I started talking about a lot of technicals, it was about 3 years ago. That was the first time that you started testing the 200-day moving average. Do you guys remember that? I would put up the charts on my lines, or the lines on my chart. You guys don't remember this? You don't remember any of this? Look at that. Remember when I started putting them up? Yeah, that was in 2022. That was the last time the NASDAQ was flirting at the 200-day level. And that's why, again, we had the butterfly. We bought Meta at 90. We bought Netflix, 180. You got JP Morgan. Literally, think about it. The market was terrified back then. You were going through a lot of things. That was the first time we were testing it. And then a year later, you tested it again at the end of 2023, right before we led into 2024. Again, you had a banking crisis. No one gave a shit. Then the other time you tested it was literally the flash crash in August. That doesn't count. It literally was the fastest unraveling of the VIX in history. And now, the only other time you've broken it or you're at it is now today or yesterday. That's why I'm telling you, regardless, this is a very crucial spot. Because whether you like the technicals or not, you just don't do this too often. In the last 3 years, we've had 3 opportunities. Every time it either rips off of it, look at what happens. If you don't die, you go crazy. If you hit the 200 and don't die, everybody rallies. And then vice versa, though. We haven't broken it in years. If you break it and then we get bad news, inflation, tariffs, whatever else, oh, yeah. Ta-da. So, yeah, that's why I'm telling you, you should probably lock in right now. Regardless, we don't know which way it'll go. But the point is, you're either going to have something crazy or something big, up or down. But this level kind of has a lot of meaning for all types of traders. Well, we're either in the danger zone or the opportunity zone. That's the part that's difficult, just like the bonds. When the bonds get to a danger zone, I don't know what's going to happen, but I know what the outcome will be. Does that make sense? So if you bounce, I know it's going to be, like, if everything turns good, it's going to be a massive rally. And then vice versa. If everything gets bad, oh shit, we're about to dump. We could dump hundreds of points. So just like the bonds, you go above 5%, everything's going to get clapped. You go down, that's going to be good in the long run. Again, there's certain types of plays that would get affected. So that's how I feel about it. I don't really know. I genuinely, I'm here to be honest to you guys. I don't know what's going to happen. There's too much crackheads. Everyone's lying about Trump and all this stuff. There's the repos, the yield curve, the gold, the dollar. Now we got to sprinkle on Germany. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really know. But I do know that once we start to get it, if we see where the tide is turning, then we'll know what that environment will be like. And I think I could guide you on that early. But other than that, I don't know if it's going to crash or have a rally of a lifetime. That I can't tell you because I don't know. You'll know when you know. Amen. Amen. But that's why I'm saying, though, I think this information is helpful because at least I'm telling you, you're at a fork in the road. You get what I'm saying? The 200 days of fork in the road. So wherever we go from here, maybe there's traffic, but it's either it leads to a big bounce or a big decline. And this, because it hasn't happened that often. Again, in 3-4 years, you've only done this 3 times. And every other time, it took the bullish road. Every single time, it turned into bullish highway. OMC. Is it windy? Why is my door moving? There's someone here to kill me. No, okay. Well, that would have been the time. They could have clapped me. But yeah, my door, it is windy. TLT over SPY. I mean, the last couple of days got a little worse, but generally the last 2 weeks, it's been closing the jaws. So that's on the short term, but pull it out on a year. That's what I was saying. When people started freaking out, that's why I'm like, you guys got to pay attention to that rate cut shit. Because look at what it did. Stocks dumped. Bonds went up. This is healthy. This is what you needed after being at the danger level. This was like the 200-day for bonds when we were there. That's why someone asked me yesterday about it. And they're like, when should I worry? And I was like, dude, remember I was telling you, you worry if we break here. So that closed the jaws, which was good. And then the last couple of days, as we dumped more, bonds dumped, that widened up the gap. But they are coming together. Frogger. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. This time is different, though. We have never taxes in business. Well, in the words of my uncle, ideas aren't plans. Make sure you don't fall in love with it. So that's the only problem. Although I do agree with you, and I'm very optimistic in some ways, the sad reality and the wise way to position your portfolio is understand that anything could happen and anybody could fail. Although I like the ideas of Donald Trump, you have to understand there is a real possibility that he may fail, whether it's because of his choices or because other people make it harder for him to execute. At the end of the day, though, I think it would be foolish to ignore the idea that Trump could fail. And then vice versa on both sides. You know, Trump could massively succeed. And if you're writing that off and you don't make money on that, you're a fool, right? On both ways. So if you're going to run into this next 4 years and not protect yourself against a volatile president like this, you're a fool. And then vice versa. If you're not going to position yourself diversified enough to take advantage of a lot of the doors opening up right now, you're a fool. So the point is, if you go too hard on one direction, I hate or I love Trump, he's going to fail, he's going to succeed, I think that's the only way you lose. You got to be diversified, have balance. I like his ideas, but we have to position ourselves in a way that would make sure we win no matter what, because you never know. And that's what I'm saying. Even if he fails, you build up cash. That could turn into a very big win for you if he fails. And vice versa. If you already got the good names and it leads up, that will also be a good win for you. So do you get what I'm saying? Because I agree with you. But I'm not going to, no way am I going into this year's without this kind of balance between success and failure. I think diversification is key. You could balance yourself very well in this market because a lot of people want the extremes. But if you just go and you're fine with balance, I think it's going to protect you. And if all good things happen and you got a good position, I think you'll make more than you'll even expect. Intel on the move. It's hard not to go in one direction. Yeah, but even though you may like the plant, I encourage you to plant a diversified garden. That's it. Just little by little. Scatter the seeds. It's the parable of the farmer. Sometimes the seeds don't even land on the soil. Sometimes they land, they come up quickly, then they die. Right? Sometimes they get plucked away by other external forces. Sometimes they get choked out because of pressure. And then the ones that do hit will yield 10, 20, 30, 100 times over. So it's hard to not want to go in only one direction, but you should be thinking about this diversification and balance. And although it may seem small, I think it's going to help you out a lot. $576 calls. What about them? That's expensive, dude. $100, you're insane. I don't think I bought a SPY play for more than $15 or $18 today. I had one that was $1, the one I told you guys to watch. That one's coming down to my level. It's 10 cents above, but yeah, I haven't. That's a lot, man. That's what I'm saying. With a day, 1 day, 2 days, that's way too much money. Even if you're balling, you're not, because you got to think about that. 576 plus $1, that means you go to 577 to break even. So that means by tomorrow, if you're not right here, you break even. That's to get your money back. You want to make 100%, you got to get back up to here, and then any sort of 0.25% drop, you're going to lose half your money. So that's why I think that $1 is too expensive for that. Unless you know. If we get a headline and you know this shit's about to take off, then buy that shit. Then that one's going to give you good money because then this will change rapidly. But otherwise, that's not, maybe later we could do a play like that, but generally my first thought is that's a lot of money for that type of play. Again, I'm going very cheap. That's why I don't want to influence you guys negatively. Someone said I showed them SPY dailies. I feel terrible about that. But I am playing extremely small, and it's working very well. But the temptation is to not go too big and get fucked up by all of this chop. Why are those up? So staples are going up. That place should not be up. I had that old McDonald's I made free. It's up. I don't know why. So out of the money. March 10th, 92 TLT. That is a great play. But I posted that on the stream alerts like 30 minutes ago. So if you were going to post it, you should have posted it before. So now you shared it with the Chad, but now I have to ban you. Like I said, don't post the stream alerts plays unless you post them ahead of time. Because then you should have posted it ahead of time if you really wanted it. But yeah, now that cost you your membership for life. I won't remove you from stream alerts, but yeah, not here in the chat anymore. Trump like, oh, who's this? Rep Ryan McKenzie?
Home consumers as well. But what this is about is a negotiation that we are going through right now.
Okay, Spy working its way up. I'm going to go
that we have this discussion and conversation.
And then maybe we get ready.
Ultimately, we want our goods to go into other markets.
And then, yeah, I bought those TLTs. I took the late stage one.
Tariffs. That would help American producers, would create American jobs, which would raise American wages as well. So ultimately, we're going to get there, but this process is a negotiation.
And Congressman, on a separate note, given your seat on the Committee on Education and the Workforce, there had been reporting today that the president this afternoon could sign an executive order for the dismantling of the Department of Education. The White House has pushed back on that notion a bit, but fundamentally, is that a job for the president of the United States, or should that be left to you and your colleagues in Congress?
Yeah, so that would be something that should come through Congress. So we've heard the same reports, haven't seen the actual language on something like that, if it's even going to happen. So again, ultimately, that should reside in Congress, and we're going to make sure that on education and the workforce, we do everything that we possibly can to protect American workers, promote education, skills trainings, workforce development. We need all of that in this era, because as markets are transitioning, we want to make sure that our workers and our economy is best suited to compete globally.
Congressman, we've only got a minute left. I don't want to set you up to have to cut you off, but we're 9 days out. Will we avoid a government shutdown? Will you have the cooperation of your full conference and maybe a couple Democrats to keep the lights on?
I'm confident that we are going to avoid a shutdown, and the reason for that is because I think, as we just talked, when changes are being made via executive action and executive order, in many instances, those are things that actually need to be put into legislation. So right now, where we are as a conference is that we believe any of these changes that need to be done legislatively, that takes a lot of time. So we need to slow down on some of those things and ultimately give ourselves the breathing room, the ability to put that into a budget if we choose to do that in September or the end of the year. And so a continuing resolution would bridge that gap, get us to that point later in the year where we could make those decisions. So
gotta go now. Trump Special Envoy Witkoff, message to Hamas: we want hostages to come home. All right, you're moving up. You're still in that zone. I don't know if calls came up yet. But not bad. Not bad. Government shutdown is usually bullish, believe it or not. It causes a little drama with other things. Gold likes it until they settle it. And then, yeah, but usually, like, I think the stats historically, stock market has done well under a government shutdown. SBGI. Shut it down. Okay, well, yeah, Bob, if those come up, those are the plays I didn't do good on today. Came up a little. The JD got washed. Very, very washy, Habibi. Near the money SPY puts now from yesterday went break even. I don't have them. I have one on my watch. Remember I told you I was eyeing a put at close? That's what I had one I'm looking at, but it didn't go to my price, and then it went off. Even that call I told you about earlier, it kind of went up a little. Scheinbaum, they spoke already. That's where we got those headlines, and then Sunday, so this weekend, Scheinbaum's making an announcement. Google had bad news. It had that investigation or subpoena, but then it went up. It went up with the market. That news came out like right here. All right, dude, I can't believe it's already 10:30. Today like felt so early, and then before I knew it, it's like we just burned half the day. A little more. A little bit more. Mm-mm. Oh, did they have the same news, Google, last week? Maybe that's why. I saw this. I didn't watch it, but I heard that. Well, rent will drop or stay flat. Depends what happens with rates, but generally rents have already came down. That's why, like, for some of you, and this whole like property thing I've been telling you about, dude, you could go buy a cheap property, rent it out, and then live where you want to live and rent it. Because some rent deals you could rent way cheaper, and then if you find one of these good property deals, you even get a cash flow, and then there you go. You get to live where you want and then still get to grow your long-term, have a rental property, and then, yeah. But generally, rents, I do expect we should go back to normal, and that's what's happening. It used to always be it was more expensive to buy a home than rent it. And then after this real estate crazy and rates and all of it, they kind of like matched up. And then at one point it was cheaper to buy a house than rent it. So now that's normalizing. And now we're getting rents below mortgage prices, but they should be a lot cheaper. It's like when you buy a car versus lease it, right? The lease is usually cheaper. Same thing with renting a property. So once we get back to that more, before you know it, you'll get more and more rental deals. But it depends what happens with real estate and like employment, jobs, and rates, really. To buy a house in the U.S., but you're Canadian? Yeah, the exchange rate's not in your favor. It sucks with this trade war because, like, it could get a lot worse or a lot better. But, yeah, if anything, unfortunately, like, you are in a unique situation. But like I said, the only good thing is that rates and other stuff are probably going to change a lot in a year. So you're either going to be on the good side or the bad side of it. Do you see the problem? So it's either you're going to be harder to do this in a year or you're going to get way more in a year. But so here's the deal. The way you get around that is find a deal. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, like, the circumstance is going to affect you, but why not just hunt? Look for a deal. You find the right deal. If it's 30% off, that makes up for the currency and everything else. You see what I'm saying? So maybe you might just need to buy a house from a wholesaler. Call it a day. Just find one already off market, already has some equity, pay someone $10K, save you the time, and then that's it. Funco Flushing. Yo, Funco. Down 6%. I don't have a headline yet, but that's dying. And then reverse repo, $129 billion. Yeah, I got Intel on the top right. It's looking good. Even Pfizer. To Charlotte? Yeah, email me. Let me know what you have in your long term. We have somebody in North Carolina. But that's what I said. I don't, for real, if you understand me, I ain't trying to rush any of you into it. You know? So we look, see what you got, see what makes sense. If, like, you could finesse a great deal like Carson did, do it. Otherwise, if the rents are cheaper, you could get a rent deal. Again, like, there's some incentives for even renting that'll be good. But if you go rent, I need you to not put the homeownership thing on the back burner. You get what I'm saying? That's what usually is the problem. So even if you end up renting, you need to still be look at other states and still have your savings and down payment ready to go. That's the problem. Otherwise, you will turn into a renter for life. So that is, as long as you do that, that's just look, be aware, and then that's it. Someone traded 17,000 Funko. I bet you it probably is a short report. That's big, though. 6% in one candle. I don't have a headline. Yeah, dude, Zivra was at a conference. So Zivra was at, I didn't know. They were, what's it called? They were at a, let me see. I have the transcript. Morgan Stanley or TD Cowen Healthcare Conference. That's what it was. So they announced some shit. Because I was wondering why. It just hit a low and then it just started breaking out. And Disney on the law. Yeah, I don't have the other one. Oh, shit. They have earnings in 5 days. And then they have a conference on the 17th. No news is big put spread buyer. Damn. Trump is listening intently to all European allies. Paycom, Telsa. All right, you're moving around here, baby. I know we'll watch. Maybe we watch the SBF interview tomorrow. I told everybody listens to me. You don't think it's weird? I told you I'm gonna write letters to Sam Bankman and have my girlfriend catfish him. 2 weeks later, yeah. Stop playing with me, bro. I'm the plug. Damn it. They need a well of creativity. I got y'all. That's it. Just stop fucking hurting innocent people. That's it. It's all. Stop it. These Anyways, you are coming back down, but America and God is good, and shout out to the veterans. But Chad, let's knock this out. I don't think, oh wait, because aren't we supposed to get your girl? Oh no, that was yesterday. All right, well, I hope I could get this out of the way now. Donald Trump is going to be going with executive orders here soon. But it is time that we move to philo, my friends. So I'm appreciative of all of you, whether you believe it or not, or want to use it against me. But I'm going to take my own time here because I want to read a very, very good book by G.K. Chesterton. So it will be members only. We're going to switch over. I strongly encourage you to become a member so that you could be there, but only if you want to be. Otherwise, you should see this channel public live here very shortly, probably within the next hour or two. So thank you for your time. God bless America, baby. Watch out for the lows and take all the lessons I taught you, and I hope they will help you. But on that note, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you for being here. And let's get into philo.